it was about the dogs. Nah, it's about power. Yeah, put up to the specialty, sunrise on the ground. Dogs in the grooming tents, whispers all around. Catalog smiles with the tension in the air. Every handshake got a hidden little snare. Bored in the back room, running quiet little schemes. Bylaws in the pocket like a stack of poker dreams. Layers for the breed, but they guarding their throne. If you question anything, they coming for your bone. Grievance in the envelope, certified mail. Club justice system, but the deck.
Decided we was going to do different stream because he wanted to talk about other stuff. Okay, I gotta share this screen. Put this back up. Get all set back up so when he comes back, because that other one was all dumb. So that way the other one was not. This one. Oh. Waiting for him to come back. Oops. Oh, that's pretty cool. Huh. I need to make one of those be right back things. I like how it does that. Okay. Do this for a little bit.
That to me is a cyclical, it's a cycle of death to me, because you're constantly looking for new dogs, right? Then if you're a traveling trainer, then you have to consider, okay, the time it takes to get to this client. How much am I going to charge per hour to travel to this person to do 30 minutes of work, right? Especially if we're talking about protection training. Ain't nobody really doing no protection training for no goddamn hour, right? No, like nobody is doing that, right? So you're really at best talking about 30 minutes of work, right? So to me, logistically, it doesn't make sense to build a book of business to where I got to travel an hour here to do 30 minutes of work, travel an hour over there to do another 30 minutes of work. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Again, that's me having to physically do the work in order to maintain my lifestyle. I don't want to fall in that trap. I've seen too many old trainers do it. And if I'm being honest, my mentor was one of them.
I was in my head, I was thinking that.
I'm just being honest. As much as I love him and respect him, I see too many old school trainers that are still in that trap. And I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it. So, because social media is a thing, and I see people like Cesar Millan, whether it really doesn't matter how you feel about Cesar Millan and his training style, right? What I see.
Cesar Millan was trained by a different guy, though. There's this guy on YouTube who said he was he trained Cesar Millan. This guy, I'm going to find him real quick. See if I can find him. Hey team, welcome back. Trying to find the guy that said that he trained Cesar Millan. Just waiting for Will. He had to feed his dogs real quick. You had to wrestle your dogs? That's cute. It sounds fun. No, I play with my dogs too. I think it's weird people don't play with their dogs. Where is this guy? He's normally all over my feeds. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it comes down to, right? Seems like nowadays, get a dog for the like thought of having a dog, but then you don't really do anything with it. Mm. Um, why can't I find that guy? Is that guy? No. Sometimes making fun with you. No, you have to sleep with them. He's telling you lies, Steve. I remember I was working in agriculture for a bit, and a coworker called at like 5, said, "Listen, I gotta see my mom." She said, "Watch my dog." He had an American Bulldog, big dog, but good listening. Just he was a blank slate, whole thing. Like, aw. No, it was ticks. You don't remember shit. I mean, it was fleas, but it was ticks all over, loaded with ticks. Waiting for Will to come back. He's coming back. He just had to get crazy. He had to feed his dogs real quick. I kicked myself because I could have taken him, but didn't want. Didn't we were mid move, but the guy was good. Listen, then didn't want, but he took that. Didn't want to put in the word. Aw. Ticks, the ticks. You bond with them. They do. They start a circus. All these people. Oh my God. You guys ever, hang on. You guys ever watch this guy? I love this guy. I wasn't married. And he wasn't married.
Ryan said the ones in the car. Gold Golden was groping me. Ryan is the one
All right, everybody, welcome back. We got another video for you. This one comes from Body Cam Boss, and it is entitled Man Refuses to Leave Hotel. Police Go Hands On. Yes. I'm anxious to see this. I haven't seen it. Let's go.
On January
This is a show. This show you guys should watch if you like police stuff. I don't know if you like police stuff, but he's funny. He's a spew sheriff.
23rd, 2026, officers responded to a hotel for a call of a man causing a disturbance.
1, 2, 3. I know you. Yeah, you're golden. What's your name?
My initial thoughts on this is they've dealt with this guy before, which is why multiple people showed up. He counted them off, and now he's saying, I know you. I bet you they've dealt with him before, which is why they had such a strong response to it.
Ryan. What's your last number? 7. 7 is the only number, Ryan? 5.
Worked during maintenance. It was wild what you said. I can't imagine, T. Honestly, I'm just playing this until Will gets on. I just wanted something to like lighten the mood, have a good time, be funny. And Sheriff Lamb, he lightens the mood.
5, Golden. Excuse me, sir. 5-2. 5-2, Hassan. Okay, Sergeant.
So he's recording them on his computer.
That's number 8. Sergeant Chapin? Yeah, Chapin, I'm sorry, I apologize. Simone.
Okay, so he's wearing a scarf. Very dignified. Very dignified.
Mac. That's number.
I love watching him when the police canines are out. He loved police canine work. In my city today, is reported mixed pit bull breed off leash. It attacked a little. No. Oh.
59. 63 is Barnes. Okay, so I just really need this evidence. All of these video surveillances. I need all of these video surveillances. What was that? I'm just trying to get why I have a here and I haven't had. We go check the court yesterday. I'll check my court date is January 26th, sir. I'll check the video surveillance. I'm just letting you know. We're trying to talk over me, sir. The video surveillance on your badges is all I need. The video surveillance on your badges is all I need. Because I didn't do anything. My court date.
See, I think he thinks it's for his court date, but they called him there because obviously the way he's behaving, he was probably behaving like this to the hotel staff.
Yeah, they're pointing at my video. Because this is, it's okay, y'all. I know, I don't trust y'all video though. Okay.
That's usually what happens.
What's y'all's address?
That's when things like that happen. Right? Why can't people just put dogs on leashes? I don't understand.
What's y'all's address here, sir? Excuse me, sir. I'm just asking him.
I don't understand why they're okay. Why let this guy dictate how this goes at this point? The hotel called you. They want him removed. He's being disorderly. I would immediately, we can get everybody's badge numbers after, but you're leaving the hotel first and foremost. That's what we're starting with.
These people are trying to lie on me. They're trying to.
Have you talked to your doctors last time you talked?
For a reason. I'm not.
Mental health.
Have you talked to your doctors? And you're ready and know what to do. If you don't know, never get the best advice. Yeah. I don't understand why people just can't be responsible. They're banned. They are? Oh yeah, you live in Canada. They're banned here. But etc. And some for that sucks.
Entitlement and mental health.
Be for a reason. I got video.
Have you talked to your daughter since last time you talked?
I got video right here. I got video right.
Okay, Will just messaged that he's 2 more minutes. That's the truth.
Right here that proves that I did nothing wrong.
I'll wait till it's
I
confirmed.
got video right here.
We're gonna wait till it's confirmed.
Well, you did something wrong. The police wouldn't be there if you did nothing wrong.
I got video right.
So they said they're waiting until it's confirmed. So they're going to confirm to see if he has a warrant. When you have a warrant, it makes things so much easier because then you don't necessarily even need the hotel to be the victim. They can decide they don't want to press charges, but he's going to jail no matter what because he has a warrant. But they've dealt with this guy before and they know he's probably unhinged, which is why they have so many guys. And look at how they've spread around him.
What kind of big cats did you train? Didn't you say you trained big cats? What did you, right?
He's going to get pounced on here pretty quick.
Here. Oh, I heard you.
Send in the
What you
dog.
said? Have you talked to your daughter since last time you talked?
That's what you said. You said kill the Wi-Fi. Huh? That's what you said.
Have you
said
talked to
kill
your-
the Wi-Fi.
Well,
That's what you
I don't know what
said.
that
You said
means.
kill the Wi-Fi.
I don't know what that
Why
means.
would you want the Wi-Fi killed? Because you're lying. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not report. Just know that. Make me famous, man. Yeah.
We're going to make you famous. We're going to put you on YouTube.
Yeah. You don't want him there. I'm Michelangelo Davenport. Don't forget me. They're trying to. I didn't do anything wrong. My court date is on January 26th of 2026. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent. I'm a father. My 2 daughters are.
Yet the average person will watch his video and say, yeah, you're crazy, guy. You're nuts. Because normal people just don't behave like this, don't talk like this.
3 and 10 years old.
The remember my name is the. Do you remember back in. When was it? Was it early 2000s? When we used to say, Google my name. That's what it reminded me of. Google my name, bitch. That's nuts. You've had crazy experiences. What all have you trained? And now snakes, but what kind of snakes?
2 months, 1 day apart. I'm the same mother who was deaf. My love saved my life. My love for my baby saved my life. Y'all ain't gonna in DuPage County, Illinois. Y'all think I'm by myself. My people here with me. My people standing here with me. James Horn. Look him up. James Horn knows who I am. This laptop is very valuable. This laptop is very valuable. They trying to y'all. They trying to y'all.
Michael,
Yeah.
you're the
I was building the experience. I don't believe that people get or do things irresponsibly. And I mean, it's dangerous. Oh, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
You see the kind of stuff we got to deal with.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do have to
Great.
deal.
He agrees with you. Yeah.
Man, y'all trying to kill me, bro.
We're just trying to talk right now.
No, y'all trying to kill me, bro. How you think I'm gonna go quietly and I know y'all got me surrounded and you're coming with a lie. I'm an innocent man, brothers.
There we go. Here we go. Putting the cuffs on.
Get my property, man. Get my property. Keep it safe from me. I'm like,
This is the hands-on.
Cane Corso. You will hear him down eastern. He's in the first field. I don't
There
know
we
what
go.
field he's in, really.
Got him in the cuffs.
Reach out to Cane Corso right now. I got his number in my phone. Give me my phone. You ain't got to grab on me like that. I don't have anything.
That was a very loose interpretation of police go hands-on in the video. We're gonna have to change that because I would hardly call that hands-on. I would say they put him in cuffs, which I'm about that to make sure that scenes don't go chaotic and get worse. And I thought they probably confirmed the warrant, and once they confirmed it, they all heard it on their radio. Boom, they went in, took him into custody.
Gay. Who is this? Road in his hand.
They did nothing wrong. I don't know. There's a warrant.
Bashing me. He is groping me, Rodan. Rodan was rolling his hands. Remember, everybody, roll hands with the rolling hands. Where y'all taking me? The squad car side is good. Rodan with the rolling hands. Don't forget Rodan, but I'm Michael Andrew Davenport. My daughter's neighboring majesty. I did nothing wrong. Michael, come on, to make it work. Because I didn't do nothing. Where the paperwork? Where's the warrant?
Like, did you ever kiss them? Like in India, you know how they kiss them? So they don't spit? Does that really work?
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant, y'all? Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
Pulled the old collapse.
I would just like show them a fake piece of paper and be like, fuck no. Fuck no, I'm not kissing no snake. The copperhead isn't so hot. Yeah, we have copperheads here too. Yeah. You ever gotten bit where you needed like anti-venom? I ain't kissing no snake.
That's like a child.
Where's the warrant? Where is the warrant? Why did you stop the camera? I didn't stop the camera. Why is it feeding back in reverse?
Dude, don't worry.
Why is it feeding back in reverse? I don't trust y'all. Y'all don't have no warrant. You say there's a warrant, but where is it? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Where?
When you get to jail, you'll see a copy of it.
The warrant. Where's the warrant? He said there's a warrant. I don't see a warrant. It's in the car. Let us show you. I don't see a warrant. We have it in the car. I don't see a warrant. I don't see a warrant at all.
Gotcha.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything, but you have a warrant.
Oh, okay. Looks like the hands-on might be coming.
Because I didn't do anything wrong. You got to work for this lie. This lie costs you so much energy. This lie costs you so much energy. Where's the warrant? This lie costs you too much energy for you, huh? I'm on the ground.
Oh, there's snow out there. Canine. That's why. That's why the scarf and gloves.
I'm on the ground in cuffs. What else can you do?
I'm just grateful for all of you that stick with me through these videos. I'm here watching them, and I am grateful for all of you that stick with it, despite these people so repetitive sometimes, saying things over and over and over again.
To me.
Why?
What else can you do to me? I'm on the ground in cuffs.
Stand up.
I'm just asking questions. Where's the warrant?
In the car.
No, it's not. Go get it. Go get it. The warrant's in the car. Go get it. He said the warrant is in the car. He said the warrant's in the car. Thank you. Don't get it then, Ryan. Ryan said the warrant's in the car. Everybody, Ryan said the warrant's in the car. Golden was groping me. Ryan is the one. Look at that video.
They're being very nice.
No, I get it. I had a red-tailed boa, so I mean, they don't like charge at you or anything. They just lay there and they yawn. They're very lazy. My red-tailed boa, all it ever did was crawl up. Used to lay like right here, but like on the back of my chair, and it would like curl up and lay right here. We had a big bay window in our last house, and it would lay across the bay window. And one time it unhinged its jaws and yawned like, and Aaron was like, "Okay, well that's enough of that shit. You can get rid of that now." Okay, Will's here now.
Sorry about that. Dogs and goats, unfortunately, decided to take up. Dogs were taking their sweet time going to the bathroom.
That's okay.
Yeah, between the tire closure, I've never worked there with animal, but I always put animals in isolated cages. Some risks are too much.
Mm-hmm.
For snakes. Why is his father? Does he not like snakes?
His chat makes him look like he's illiterate.
What's up, OT?
Be like, just so you're aware. See you differently. You look different. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they do. It's just like with you're not technically supposed to use red lights, which are the infrared heat bulbs, the red ones.
Yeah.
Because it negatively affects their eyesight. It can also cause them to go blind.
Huh. I had we were talking about red-tailed boa. And my red-tailed boa got.
I've got ball pythons.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I've got a pair of them. I've got a male that's a pied, and then I've got a blue-eyed leucistic female that I bought from XYZ Reptile and breeder in Florida.
Hey, Bakari.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Oh. I was reading, we were talking about all the animals and stuff that OT has trained and stuff like that, and some of the snakes and stuff like that. And I was telling him about a red-tailed boa. It used to lay up on my shoulder, like across the chair, down on my shoulder and stuff like that. One time it was laying in front of a big bay window that we used to have in our old house. And I was laying in the sun in the bay window, and it unhinged its jaws and kind of like yawned. And Aaron said, "Well, that's enough of that shit. You can get rid of that now."
Well, the ball pythons, like similar to the red-tailed boas, ball pythons on average I think are 6 feet, give or take, for max growth on those ones.
Yeah, but yeah, he was. There's two things that I can't have as pets. I can have a lot of things. He never says no to me about a lot of things. There's two things I can't have: spiders and now snakes.
I think it's not just big cats that do that in general. I know smaller cats that'll do that too. Yeah, I know for the movie snakes, they train them using little color pads on the end of sticks.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was just watching Sheriff Lamb. You ever watch him, Sheriff Lamb?
I've heard of him. I've never really watched him.
Oh my God.
Probably seen him in TikTok.
Oh, I don't know. He's so awesome. He used to be a sheriff, obviously, Sheriff Lamb. But he owns a cattle ranch now, horse ranch, cattle ranch. They teach you how to do the old shit from back in the day, where you actually can break horses, do cattle drives, all that stuff. But he loves watching all this shit because he used to be a sheriff. But he loves when canines get involved and stuff like that. He's not a soft, hands-on sheriff.
Yeah.
I said, if Aaron wasn't or if I wasn't married to Aaron and he wasn't married, I'd be like, hey, Sheriff Lamb. He's a pretty cool dude, though. Anyway, that's what I was watching while I was waiting for you. Anyway,
I forgot what time it was, and I was like, oh, I better go do that. The wife was sleeping. She's taking a little nap.
right.
So I figured best she didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So I said, let her nap in the chair, and I'll take care of the critters.
Pro tip, pee on them.
Pro tip, pee on them back to certain dominance not suggested. We can't all play the Tiger King here.
I don't believe him. Don't believe half the shit he says. When a big cat turns and lives. Oh, okay. So that was that. Don't. Oh, okay. Anyway. Okay. Okay, so back to this. So I was watching this, and he was talking about a little bit of it. I'll rewind it back a little bit.
I understand the sentiment of not waiting for somebody to cause harm to you.
Right.
But I also, being a professional trainer, right, whether people agree with that or not, I am a professional trainer. I get paid for my services. I have been certified. Whether you respect the certifying board or not, doesn't matter to me, right? I have clients and I have people that consistently come back. So you see what I'm saying? So that makes me a professional.
Right.
So, if I am being a professionally responsible protection trainer, my number one duty is to train based on what the law allows people to do with their dog. Now, how can I say this without saying it? Survive. You feel what I'm saying?
Survive.
Do what you got to do to live, right? But the content that I put out is going to be based on what the law tells me I am allowed to tell you what to do with your dog. Point blank, period. I'm not going to tell anybody to do anything outside of that. Not on camera.
Yeah, good point.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Doug says Brandon is the master agitator of content. Do you know? Are you pretty much used to know? Are you pretty much used to it now? Like, man, I know if I'm about to say anything, it's gonna cause a firestorm.
For the most part. For the most part.
Crazy though. I know it helped your growth.
Yeah, I mean it does. It does. And
It gets old. It's no different than me. It's no different than you. Anytime we say anything, it gets passed around, shared, whatever.
A part of it is intentional, right? Because again, it's social media. So I play the social media game. I think I told you. My goal, really, if I'm being honest with people, my goal is to be more of a content creator than a dog trainer. And I don't mean that in the sense of I'm not always trying to sharpen my skill of dog training, right? But to be quite honest with you, my goal is not to have a whole bunch of clients that I have to take care of their dogs, board their dogs, train their dogs every day, and then try to get their lazy asses to do what they're supposed to do after the fact, right? Which is what a lot of trainers do. I also and again, this is just me. I don't want anybody to take this personal. This is just me and how I think about how I can scale my dog training business, right? Because if we're looking at the traditional way of dog training, in order to scale your business, you have to get other trainers, right? Which means you have to get more space to board dogs, which means you have to get a big old expensive facility, right? And then everything else that comes along with that. I don't want to do that. That to me is a cyclical, it's a cycle of death to me, because you're constantly looking for new dogs, right? Then if you're a traveling trainer, then you have to consider, okay, the time it takes to get to this client. How much am I going to charge per hour?
Yeah, this is where he's talking about going from. So this is where we start talking about what's his face, Max Trans, and then this is where he's talking about going from doing in-home training and what it takes to get from place to place to place to place. There is something in here that he says that I don't agree with.
Hour to travel to this person to do 30 minutes of work, right? Especially if we're talking about protection training. Ain't nobody really doing no protection training for no goddamn hour.
No.
No.
And I wouldn't do protection training at somebody's house.
Right? No,
Yeah.
like nobody is doing that. Right? So you're really at best talking about 30 minutes of work. Right? So to me, logistically, it doesn't make sense to build a book of business to where I got to train.
But this is what I wonder too. Are all these trainers, this is the question that I was wondering. Is he only a protection training? Is he only doing protection training? Like, does he not do just fundamentals? Does he not do just pet training, just regular obedience? Do they only ever train? Like, does he only consider himself a protection trainer? Like, do they not separate themselves from, I can train this, I can train this, I can train this, I can train this? Or is he just a protection trainer? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do people not separate themselves into categories anymore? Or, I mean, because who the hell goes to a client's home to just do protection training? Like, I wouldn't go to somebody's house and do protection training at somebody's house. I'll go to your house to do fundamentals, to do, like, basic obedience, to do, puppy manners, to do that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to your house to do protection training.
I would assume, like Canine, that he does all aspects, hence the traveling. But as far as actually doing like personal protection work,
right,
I really wouldn't go to somebody's house for that. That's just not my cup of tea in that department. Like, I'm trying to delve around this because I've done traveling training,
right,
but it was with equids, and it's extremely tough because you got to calculate your rates accordingly. And in my sessions, in equine training, depending on what issue I was there to work on, could last 30 minutes to upwards of 5 hours. It's extremely different in comparison to dogs, and especially when it comes to personal protection training. When I was working with Matt for doing that courage test on Maui, I arrived there about 8:30 in the morning, and we didn't leave till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But the thing is there were 15 other dogs there,
right,
as well as my, my dogs. And then to boot, on top of that, there was a lot of breaks. Each dog, be worked 15, 20 minutes at a time. And then they'd move on to the next dog, work that dog, give the dog a break.
right. Right. Because that's what I'm trying to think too. When you're doing protection training, you're usually going to a facility, you're usually going with a group of people, all that kind of stuff. And Canine said he wants to get away from traveling to do bite work. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was trying to figure out, because I've heard this not just from him, but from a lot of people. And I just wouldn't feel comfortable going to someone's home, not only for all the gear that you have to travel with, but just for the mere fact that you're going to someone's home, you've got neighbors, you've got all this shit that the looky-loos that don't understand what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Versus going to a facility, going to a place that's set up for that kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Or even going to a public park, you're
Yeah.
still going to deal with looky-loos versus a private area for that, you know.
Right. Well,
Because
that's what I'm saying. Right. I mean, because even nowadays, like if you do bite work and stuff like that, like when you do an IPG or IPO or anything like that, you know, Mondo, French ring, anything, if you're trying to do any of those things, even your clubs don't even announce where the location's going to be. And it's because of all of the people that want to say, oh, we're going to video it, we're going to have the news there, we're going to whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't imagine going to, say you go to somebody's house that lives in a subdivision. Could you imagine?
I can just imagine, especially all the noise that's involved, especially with the quote unquote bay work, the stop and bark.
Right. I mean, just the agitation alone is going to cause enough noise that people are going to be looking out the window.
And I'm glad that he's trying to get away from that. I mean, because that just shows, you know, he wants to grow, but he's not wanting to grow his business, as he clearly states. He doesn't. He's doing it solely for the content, but he's also more or less the content is not. He doesn't want to get so big that he can't handle it. Basically, like how he's speaking, it's a cyclical power, where basically like the equivalent of like the circle of life. So everything follows in a circle. You know, he gets so big that he can't handle it anymore, ends up killing his program, or in that essence, getting so big that he's seeking out and having to perpetually seek out new clients versus keeping those repetitive customers.
Right.
I know my biggest thing when I was horse training quite heavily, and I did the traveling horse training, it was more cost efficient for me to do a board and train than it was to travel and go to their place, because I came across multiple clients that did not have a round pen, and I'm not going to transport a round pen with me every time, then spend 2 hours setting up a round pen.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, board and train on a horse is way different than, like, say, a board and train for
canine, like
for canine, right? Yeah, I mean that's just way different, and you spend so much more time with a horse. You can lunge a horse and do all that stuff.
And the board and train for dogs can be extremely beneficial, but that is provided the clients are coming up and participating like they're supposed to.
Right. I'm against board and trains, but that's just personal opinion.
I don't think you get the exact results from a board and train as what you would do to go and participate like in actual classes or group events, like in the event that I did with Matt. I think it's more beneficial because you get more response and more bond with your dog. When you're physically present, they're going home with you, you're taking them there. I think it's more responsive and more responsible.
Yeah, because he's going to say here in a minute how long he wants a dog for a board and train, which blows my mind.
I'm curious to hear about that.
Travel an hour here to do 30 minutes of work, travel an hour over there to do another 30 minutes of work. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Again, that's me having to physically do the work in order to maintain my lifestyle. I don't want to fall in that trap. I've seen too many old trainers do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm being honest, my mentor was one of them.
I was in my head, I was thinking that.
I'm just being honest. As much as I love him and respect him, I see too many old school trainers that are still in that trap. And I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it. So, because social media is a thing, and I see people like Cesar Millan, whether it really doesn't matter how you feel about Cesar Millan and his training style, right? What I see him do is travel the world and do seminars and talk about dog training. So he's still training dogs. He may even take a dog that he's training for someone on the road with him and use that dog as a prop to demonstrate to the people what he's doing, right? So for me, that's my goal, right? Because that's something I can do the rest of my life and it doesn't take a physical toll on me. Because I love talking about training. I love teaching, right? That's what I love to do. I love giving information. That's what I love to do. So because we are in the information nation, right?
And ain't nothing we can do about it. I don't care how much they complain about the internet. You got to do it.
It ain't going nowhere.
It ain't going nowhere.
It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
So instead of me fighting it, I'm going to use it to my advantage. Whereas most of these guys are still trying to hold on to the old ways, right? And they're fighting it. They're still trying to keep the old guard. They're trying to keep everything a secret.
Right, which is why we have gatekeepers and people saying all these things. Train the people, right? Helps the dogs. But you know, and that's the truth, right, Canine? And the thing is that that's what I say about, it's no different when I had the interview with Dave, is that as a trainer, I can take your dog. It's no different. I could come there, Will, and take your dog and train it and do all this stuff. But as soon as I hand the leash back to you, if I didn't train you to train the dog on what I trained it, the dog would go back to the old ways. Because you, first of all, didn't know what I did to it or how I got it to act that way. But if I didn't train you on what to do, you're not going to keep up training it. You're not going to keep up with what it was trained to do. And so therefore it's going to revert back to whatever it was doing.
That was one of my biggest issues when I was doing equine training is I turn away a lot more clients because they expect the horse to come back a different way than what I received it. But they did not want to do the follow through.
Right.
And they also may not have understood how to do the follow through. Like, I'll give an example. I had this client, she had a problematic mare. Listened absolutely wonderful for me because I didn't let the mare, because she was extremely people pushy. I said, look, I can work with this mare all you want, but it's not going to fix the issue until you know how to correct the issues that you're doing. I said, I have to train you. If you're not going to participate, it's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. It's a way. And I said, you're better off just selling the horse,
right?
And get something that is dead broke turnkey. I said,
go get a Tennessee Walker.
Oh, no, she wouldn't even been suitable for that. Get herself a dumb, what I call a husband broke horse. Is literally an old plug. All they want to do is just walk on the trail.
Yeah.
And all she wanted the horses for were checking her fence line.
Oh.
But you got a foxtrotter and then you got a Tennessee or Rocky Mountain.
Oh.
A foxtrotter and a Rocky Mountain. Two very hot gated breeds. Both of those horses were very hot, and she's used to quarter horses, Arabs, and stuff that aren't sensitive and held into motion by grip.
Right.
To keep them in either their foxtrot or their dog walk in the case of the
Right.
Rocky
So
Mountain,
how
Tennessee.
many gates did it have? So did it have 2, 4? How many gates?
The foxtrotter had 5, just like the Rocky Mountain had 5. You can do a regular walk, flat walk,
Right.
dog walk, foxtrot with all 3 of those breeds: Tennessee Walker,
Right.
Rocky Mountain, and then of course the Missouri Foxtrotter (MFT). It's usually a 5-gated breed. And of course, then you got your regular walk, your dog walk, then you got your and then of course you got your actual true gait,
Right.
and then canter and gallop.
Right.
So you got multiple speeds here. It's just a matter of the horse. But when you have an older one, and not to put this into context, but it's an older woman in her late 70s that's got a horse that is out of her class, and she's used to a certain aspect of slower horse, less fire, less brios, in a case, because I did a lot of training with Pasofinos. Everybody calls them Paso, and I just want to, it's Pasofino, Paso, not Paso. Ask any Colombian or Puerto Rican, it's Pasofino.
Right.
It's got a short A, not a long sound. The fire that they exhibit, that's the whole persona of the breed. So they're automatically trained from a breeder and exhibitioner to be fast and hot. And it was trying to recalibrate her as a rider. She was scared to fall off. And when you've got a rider that's got a perpetual fear, that transitions into the horse. And therefore, no matter what kind of training I do with the horse and how well the horse responds to me, if she can't get her fears under control, as well as keep herself collected during a moment of where, I'll give an example. The horse was notorious, had a sticky forward button. So she would challenge her rider and back up and pop her front end and push a button and say, "Hey, look, you can't make me do this."
If she was used to Arabians, though, how was she afraid of that?
I have no idea. That's where I was second guessing everything, because this is the realm we live in. Our clients do not always tell us the truth.
Right.
Whether it be a puppy buyer,
yeah, I was gonna say an Arabian,
another breeder,
right?
Or in the case of equines, it's the same.
Right. Well, no, I know, but I'm just saying, like I'd have questioned that. I'd have been like, "How many Arabians did you ride?"
Supposedly, she had owned one for 37 years.
Did you get it at 37 years?
Supposedly, she raised this from a 2-year-old on up.
Nice. I doubt it. At 2 years old, she shouldn't. I mean, from 2 years old and up,
Arabs are notoriously hot, unless she got the rare exception to the breed that might have been a Polish or an Egyptian. Hey, if you get a full Arab or Egyptian Arab, even the Polish Arabs I know are pretty hot.
Yeah, I know. I've broke several of them. That's why I'm saying, if you get an Arabian, I find it very difficult that you are afraid of any horse at that point.
Well, that was the point I was making with her. I said, "Look, I get it. You've owned horses, but I think you're overplaying your experience quite a bit. I eventually let her go as a client, and I told her, I said, "Look, here's your options. Either sell the horse or leave the horse as a pasture ornament." She ended up choosing to leave the horse as a pasture ornament, and even after I offered to buy both the horses, I told her I'd give her a couple of grand per horse. I said, because they're fully broke, pretty trail efficient, and there's something I can work with and I know how to handle. She refused that one. So it is what it is. She's either going to keep the horse as a pasture ornament, or she's going to put somebody else on the horse. I even told her, I said, look, I said, send her out for 60 to 90 days to another trainer then. Right. I said, I don't have a place that I can personally bring her to and turn her into what you need. I said, me coming up 3 times a week, I said, when you don't have all the facilities, I said, and I'm not going to have you turn around and invest all of that stuff for a one-time use.
Well, short of hobbling her, what else was you going to do?
Well, there's only so much you can do. First question.
The first question. Y'all ever heard of the
Nicaean?
Yes. Or they're all. Yeah.
Yeah.
600 AD, and I read they were around, but I don't.
Yeah, I've heard of both.
Nicaean, yeah.
They're supposedly, the Nicaeans are supposedly descendants of Bucephalus.
You can actually see Facebook. Yeah, seconds.
In the Balkans, they have equines that are very similar to the Brabants. They're just absolutely huge. They got legs the size of tree trunks.
Let's see if I can find a picture for you. Give me just a second.
I think those are potential breeds that either are extinct or pretty extremely rare now.
Not extinct. They're making a comeback slowly but surely. This is a colt, 2025. Can you see him?
Yeah.
I think this is what you're talking about. This is his pedigree. Showing it. Okay, this is his pedigree. Oh, you can't see it.
The all breed pedigree database.
Do you know who owns him?
Mm-mm.
Jess and TJ DeVos.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, they bred him. That's their colt.
Nice. And what breed is that?
It is. Hang on, give me just a second. Oh, it is the hang on. It's one of the ones that's almost extinct.
Chicaner? That wasn't an Occulteki, that's for damn sure.
Hang on. Hang on. This is his face. There you are. This is him as baby. So it's the This is all the their barb something.
Oh, the Spanish Barb.
Yeah, the Spanish Barb. Oh yeah, Spanish Barb here. Not sharing that. This is him as a baby,
Oh, he grayed out something fierce.
and
He was
then
done.
and this is him. This is him born. Like he was just a baby. He's 4 months old here. That's how. It's so old. They're so old that they're almost extinct. They literally have to get DNA tests to prove that they are what they are. But they come from this shit that you're talking about, T. The theasian.
They come from the Iberian Peninsula, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yep, you're right.
Oh, is that a bagel? Is that a bagel?
But here's is just a baby with TJ.
Mhm.
So I mean, just it's amazing. But and no, it's not a beagle, it's something else. But
It wasn't for General Patton, we wouldn't have the Lipizzaner anymore.
but they had to go, like the dude that owned this breed, they had to go DNA testing. The dude died. He was the only one. He had like 50 of them or something like that, and he had to go and they had to DNA test them to prove that they were those horses from that peninsula thing.
The Iberian Peninsula, the Spanish Barbs.
Yeah. And
The only other place to actually get a Spanish Barb, the Barbary Indians. It's in the Barbary tribes. They're not Indians. They're the Barbary tribe, tribal people of Saudi Arabia.
yeah.
That's the only other place to get a pure source of Barb ever, is to actually go to a Barbary tribe. Back and forth, BC, we're around the Black Sea, and then 300 AD they moved into Central France colony.
Yeah, so now they're considered preservation breeders for this, and so they got a mare and a stallion, and then they have I think they got 2 mares. Oh yeah, they got a couple or something, and then a stallion, and they had this little colt born, and he was born in the early hours of the morning in 2025. But isn't he gorgeous?
Yeah. Not a fan of the grays, but it is what it is.
You gotta have what you gotta have, But look at this. Look at this.
Clearly, Kelly's got the done factor. That's for darn sure.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to show that because it's crazy how they're oops, share this. But it's crazy what they're preserving. They're such awesome people. The things that they do.
Before we delve right into back into that video, do you mind if I bring something up about this is a controversy that is, and this boils back into how the internet plays into this.
Okay.
And the misinformation that is sometimes spread on the internet by unknowledgeable people.
Okay.
We'll use Old World Cane Corso, aka David Winrich, for that example, saying the first the importation by Mike Satilli of 88, you know, and his development of the NMCA and FIC, etc., and writing the standard for the Cane Corso here in the US was the only thing available at that time, but yet supporting documentation in books like the ones Fernando Casalini and Stefano Gadolfi wrote clearly show how all the preservation started on Italian soil after World War II in the 1970s, and how the first standard was written by Sach and accepted by Enchi in 87 prior. So, and it also delves into the conception of Sach for the entirety of the breed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it ceases to amaze me how people, you know, like we got people on there like Saladin Salam, Victor Riley himself, the fucking pedo. How they promote, do your research. His famous quotation is, do your research. But the moment you start doing research and you find out these people are spitting unequivocal lies, you then become the bad guy. And when you start showing, hey, look, you know, this is inaccurate, this is actually the correct information, it's no different than what this gentleman's doing. Like, he's trying to give people education and doing it in an easier format that is not only easier for him, but in order to be a better dog man or dog woman, you educate yourself. You're never not learning.
Mm-hmm.
You got to constantly learn. You got to constantly evolve. Go with the flow. It's not so much of going with the flow, but going with the flow. Okay, we are now in a technologically advanced era where we have information readily available at our fingertips. It's not hard to do the research and go with, you know, the best trainer that is suited for your style on how you learn. You know, Caesar, and it boils back to my earlier statements on all other shows that I participated in, including yours, where everybody picks and pulls what they're learning from each of these trainers. You know, you got a person that they're doing different kinds of training with their dog. They're not just learning from one person solely. They're learning from multiple sources, including the research they're doing.
Right. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier about, you know, ChatGPT doing this and then people learning this, and then, you know, you get all this information this way and people think, you know, well, it's this way. It's because ChatGPT told me. Okay, well, then pick up a book and read it this way. You know, is it this, or somebody's telling you it this way? You know, this is the problem with all this stuff, is that you see it on TikTok for 30 seconds and you think it's this. Well, you know, did it work this way? Did it work that way? You know, or I think that things are, we don't have enough of this. This is why I think it's good that Joe had this, where, you know, he had a couple people come on. I wish you could have more. I wish more people would sit down and actually talk to each other instead of being at everybody's throats, right? Or, you know, gatekeeping who can be on whose podcast or who can sit and talk to who or whatever. Because if we could all sit down and talk and all give our ideas and go, yeah, you know, but no, everybody has to say, well, you can't have this person on here. You can't talk to this person, or, you know, this person isn't good, or this person is this, or, you know, why do we have to be that way? I remember that there was a lot of people that, you know, it didn't matter who you were. You could sit down and talk to everybody. It didn't matter if you were a judge, if you were a handler, if you were just a puppy buyer, or if you were a breeder, or if you were a trainer, or if you were, it didn't matter. Everybody sat down and talked to everybody because everybody came from all walks of life and we all had ideas.
We don't have enough of that. That's one of the reasons why I say We have a community, but in the same note, we do not have a community because we can't collectively, speaking solely for the Cane Corso breed itself, we can't get people to sit down at a proverbial round table, sit down like you and I are doing right now, having these discussions and have that discussion without it leading to knife jabs.
Right. Arguments, fights, well, you're wrong, you're this, I don't like the way you did that. I mean, it's, why do we have to have, somebody saying, well, I'm an expert. And that's why I said, I think I said that yesterday or today. I don't know. I've done so many, one of the things is I'm not an expert. I'll never be an expert because I learn every day. I learn all kinds of things, world history, and see how and where animals come from and where and when things changed and developed in race land, right? And these type of breeds, right? Well, and that's the thing. Like most people don't even know that the Corso was a land race breed, and it's like when you say that, like I said that to people, and people are like, "What? What are you talking about?" Everybody wants to believe this mythological bullshit about, they were Roman war dogs. Okay, well, prove it to me. Show me where they were Roman war dogs.
What did they do before if that's the case, what did the Canis pugnacis, and that's the actual Roman war dog, okay, the Canis pugnacis, not the Cane Corso.
Right.
What did it do, since the Cane Corso is a direct descendant, just like the Neapolitan Mastiff? What did they do before conscription? They weren't just, hey, look, we got a legionnaire, and I've got these dogs, and it was not just
but
protection dogs.
Have you seen this stupid bullshit now that they have on AKC, that they had flaming buckets of oil on their back?
Yeah, I've seen all of this shit. Like they're spouting fallacies and creating, and this is the shit that there's quite a few other people out there, other breeders that are going, hey, look, that is a money gimmick. That is to get somebody hooked. That is a fallacy used hook, line, and sinker to hook somebody in your breed.
From their back too, they ran up to the iron gates, and what was the flaming buckets of oil? AKC literally has that in their history. Are you fucking kidding me?
It makes no sense. It's a fallacy. I get it. In that era, they had all kinds of stuff. They didn't even have the Geneva Conventions back then. Prime example, if you look at what is it, the Russian-German War, the Russians trained their dogs to be bomb dogs. They would literally carry, and there's documentation on this. I get it that I think that fallacy of the Roman war dog, the Cane Corso, carrying flaming bucket of oil is a derivative of somebody going, oh, why don't we write this? And this is really going to hook our people into the breed. They hear and they see and read this story about the Russians using their dogs to send in explosives and put them under tanks, under the Panzer tanks. Like, they hear that and they go, oh, well, what if we write something like this? They were carrying a bucket of flaming oil.
And somebody from the CCA gave that to the AKC to write that. It's just so. It's
more. He just brought up a historical point that is well written about the pigs, and it was strictly for elephants. And I personally have seen this information. I agree.
So, and this is the thing. It's just for the sale, and they just keep climbing. They climb and they climb, and people keep buying, and then more dogs end up in rescue, more dogs get put to sleep. And it's just like we don't need any more mythological creature. Next thing you know, they're going to be born with 3 heads, and
the next Cerberus.
Right. Right. Lucifer's going to own them. Lucifer owned him when he came down from hell or came down from heaven and lost his wings. It's just, I just don't understand why they can't. What's a good story? the old farmer who had the dog that pulled the cart and went to market, you know, or the story that's in the Cane Corso book where he saved, you know, the little boy that was on the way to market and the cart fell off the side of the mountain or, you know, side of the road and he couldn't get it back up and the dog helped him. That's the damn good story. That's the feel good story. But no,
that's the true history, the utilitarian side of the breed.
Right, but that don't sell story or that don't sell puppies, right? Nobody wants to hear that the 7-year-old boy that walked with his Corso to school and the dog waited for him and walked home with him. That don't sell stories, though, right? But that's in the book.
But yet you get a story like Hitachi, the Basenji, or not Basenji, the Shiba Inu.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about? That waited at the train station for his owner.
Right. But no, I'm talking about the Corso that actually walked his little boy to school. And because that's what the grandpa sent his little boy to school with the Corso and it waited for him, came home. Or the one that went to market with the cart and it fell off the curb or off the kind of the mountain little edge there. And the Corso helped him lift it back up so he could finish taking the damn bread and shit to market, right? Those are in the actual book. If people would actually read the book. But those don't sell puppies because that's not a good story. That's not like, oh, well, you know, nobody cares about those because that's not the Roman war dog. But yet, if everybody wants a dead person at their driveway, you know, if you think about their attitude, their personality and all that shit, those dogs wouldn't be in the Roman war legion because they'd be killing each other. They'd be killing all the Roman legion. Stop! My mother-in-law stopped by, so my dogs are like, no. Yeah, sales gimmicks 101.
Blank slates, and they want things bigger and better.
Yeah, the stories keep getting better every year. I mean, this stupid thing that's on AKC just popped up beginning of this year. Where did you ever hear that they have flaming buckets of oil on their back?
I've never read. I've read a lot of Roman history because I am a big fascinated. Even before I got into the Cane Corso breed, Roman and Greek mythology I was studying at an early age because I was fantasized by the gods and the story of Odysseus and all of that stuff. The Odyssey, like that, the fantasy of the mythological creature. I started doing a heavy amount of research into that stuff, and I've even never heard of a Roman war dog up until I started doing site-specific research into the Cane Corso itself.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if they still have it up. Hang on. Because it baffled the shit out of me.
It's the ancient Roman guardian. Meet the Cane Corso. The Cane Corso is a member of the working group. They measure 23.5 to 27.5 inches, weighing 90 to 110 pounds. The Cane Corso is a member of that working breed subcategory of molossus dogs, named for the ancient Greek tribe, the Molossi, who bred giant, big-boned guardian mastiffs. At the height of the Roman Empire, the legions that occupied the Greek islands brought molossers back to Italy and bred them to native Italian breeds, producing the ancestors of the modern Corso and its big cousin, the Neapolitan Mastiff. The original Corsi were used as dogs of conquest to earn their stripes as pireferi, fearless dogs who charged enemy lines with buckets of flaming oil strapped to their backs. After the fall of Rome in the 5th century, Corsi adapted to such civilian jobs as wild boar hunting, farming, livestock droving, and most famously, guarding farmsteads and hen houses. This is a guardian breed with strong territorial and protective instincts. It is quiet, docile, and affectionate, but can become bossy if the owners do not establish themselves as pack leaders from the start. Puppies must have extensive early training and socialization to become tolerant, well-mannered adults.
That'd be the
Owners
Epirus
provide
Molosser
firm,
OT.
consistent training with treats and rewards while the puppy is still small and manageable. The breed is sensitive, and harsh training methods will not get results. That short double coat sheds throughout the year, even more during shedding season in the spring. Give them a brush every week, daily during shedding season, to remove that dead hair before it gets to the couch. For more on the Cane Corso and all of your favorite breeds, go to akc.org.
You hear that shit?
Mm.
Flaming buckets of oil on its back. This is AKC telling you lies. When the fuck did that ever happen?
Like I said, it boils back to the fallacy and the fact that they plan on an individual not being educated.
You remember I told you about Alexander the Great yesterday? He was visiting.
Blows you.
Shut up. They hid in the barn till Mickey brought the breed. They did.
I thought that was a priceless comment.
Flaming buckets of oil on its back and would fart. And then that's what I want to know. What the flaming buckets of oil did they have like a little catapult that just flung at the gates?
Well, how would the dog come back if they had flaming buckets of oil? Were they taught to release the oil? Did they die a horrible death? Like, did they carry the buckets of flaming oil in and then just jump on somebody and get it all over the place and die a horrible death? Like, how'd they teach this? How did they teach this?
Don't know. You have to ask AKC. They made it up. Or, brought to you by AKC.
I bet you that was written by Shauna.
It was written by somebody.
Somebody wrote that. Somebody is.
Is that not nuts? You thought I was fucking with you.
Somebody was seriously smoking crack when they wrote that and decided, hey, look, this sounds like a good idea. Let's say this.
That's what I said. Every year it gets the myth gets larger and larger. Like I said, pretty soon they're gonna come down.
They were eating babies. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. They're gonna go. They were eating the gall babies.
You got to lost class. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, but I think OT's 647 comment. Flaming buckets of an oil, and then they would fart, becoming ancient flamethrowers. That has got to be it. That's going to be the next.
That's how we came up with it.
Right. I don't know.
And the battle was fun. I swear people think that I am full of shit when I say AKC put that up there. They're like, no. And I'm like, literally, you can watch it. It's literally on there. I put it up in my group and people were like, okay.
No way.
Yeah, I put it up in my group and I swear I don't think people went and watched it. And I'm like, the new myth.
Half of them have any. I guarantee you, half of them don't even have just this book, which is readily accessible on internet.
No, I'm sure not.
Like, that is easier to get a hold of. The one with written by Fernando Casalino and Stefano Gandolfi, is the easiest one to get. Next to the book, The Catch and Hold Dog of Italy by Dr. Breber.
Yeah.
Okay. The hardest one to get a hold of is the stuff written by Dr. Flavio Bruno. Anyway, most dogs are history. No historian would believe this, and none. And I follow a lot of academic history.
Yeah, you can tell. But yeah, I mean, I'm telling you that it's crazy. Anyway, let me play this for just a second. You guys watch this. I'll be right back.
Right? Nothing's a secret no more. If you don't know, nothing's a secret. Everything is accessible through this phone.
Yeah, that's true, Hecka. But some of the older ones, and Gypsy was smart too because he jumped online and he talked. But some of them gonna put you behind that paywall,
and that's fine too.
Yes, that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, that's fine too.
You know, and you're an older guy that's been doing it a while. Get behind that
for that OT.
You scared? You don't want to put your information out, but you say everybody's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So tell it, I'll teach it, and get paid for it.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I've thought about the Patreons and stuff like that. But again, I'm gonna be honest, man. If I'm thinking long term, and I still may do it, because if I can do it and people are willing to pay for it, then I'm gonna do it, right? But my personal thing that I would like to do, I want to travel the world and train dogs. That's what I want to do. I want to travel the world and talk to people about helping them train their own dogs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you something too. And then some people the pet owners.
Mm-hmm.
You see these people like Raising Bane, Jason Corey.
Yeah.
These massive platforms. They ain't doing nothing wrong with anybody. Mm-hmm. But look what they have done and build themselves just in their lane.
Absolutely.
Rolling with their pet.
Absolutely.
Baymax Pamela, Pam Baymax. I told her a few times, I said, man, I met her through this podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm back.
And she was looking for a dog and different things, and she asked me a couple questions.
Oh my God.
And now she's sitting on right next to Tony. She said,
I'm so idiot. I'm such an idiot.
What do you mean?
I didn't play the video or anything the whole time I was gone.
We were listening. To it. It was playing.
Said video not showing, sound only.
Yeah, we were listening to him talk. It just wasn't the video, but
it's all right. We can listen. Make us focus. That's all right. No. Okay, you heard it. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Being honest with people, my goal is to business to where I got to
care how much they complain about the internet. You got to do it
and train dogs. That's what I want to do. I want to travel the world and talk to people
about bite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the stuff. People that may be some of your detractors, they not looking and listening. See, I everything. I'm looking like, because I'm kind of like, I'm like the commentator. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the whole game. I'm looking at this game. I talk to people from all different angles, but that's where the people get their value from you, and then that's how they relate to you because you talk to them.
I talk to them because I am them.
That's right. We are them.
Like that's who I am at heart, right? So it's easy for me to relate to them because that's who I am. Whereas a lot of these guys, they forgot, in my opinion, right? It's almost like the get money syndrome. You know how they say when people get money, they change? Mm-hmm. These people get these high performing dogs and they forget about the little people. They forget about the people that really need the help.
Mm-hmm.
The vulnerable, the church lady, right? They forget about those people.
Mm-hmm.
Everything becomes about the dog.
Can you pause that real quick?
Everything becomes that they start thinking like fucking dogs.
Go ahead.
That point he made about forgetting your roots. There's a prime example running around there right now. And as much as I hate to say it, but Jimmy Manuyan is exactly that to a T. Anybody that wants to look at the historical evidence, Jimmy had a very humble beginning with Mike Satilli, and he was getting a good foundation. Once he became popular with the documentary TV, he forgot his roots. Now he's no longer breeding Corsos. He is now breeding pit bulls, Corsos, Neapolitans, and also making band dogs.
Well, who is Jimmy? He's Roughhouse, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you know what? Roughhouse did some really shady shit though with Corsos.
Well, that's because of his roots with Mick.
Yeah, and then he ended up getting caught breeding mouths into Corsos, and then he just said fuck it and went ahead and just bred band dogs.
I didn't remember that. I don't know about that one.
That was a couple years ago.
He actually got popped breeding mouths into his Corsos, huh?
I mean, everybody knew he was doing it. Didn't you see what his Corsos look like?
I've seen a bunch of his newer stock, and I'm not overly a fan. Matter of fact,
I'm not a fan of any of his dogs, but his dogs are like, don't they have a lot of health issues? I don't know, like for sure. Like I don't.
There's a lot of issues with dysplasia.
Right.
Dysplasia and temperament. I don't know because I haven't personally been there. I have not.
I haven't been there either, but I know I've talked to people that had dogs from him that had a lot of health issues. Oh, they were bad looking. I mean, you could not look at them and know they didn't have mal in them.
Well, there's been some questionable specimens that I've seen him post on his YouTube that are clearly questionable.
There was a video up at one point where he had puppies that literally half the litter looked like they were Malinois.
Oh, jeez. That is not good for him as a breeder I guess if that's what he's got to do to sell dogs, I mean, I don't necessarily think that would be.
Hang on 1 second. I seen a video with some of the stuff. I didn't watch the video. I seen the video up and said that he was talking or working on stuff. I seen him walking the blonde. Is it a blondie? Did he call it blondie or cream or something like that? And seen him working it, and it didn't look like it was bad.
Well, I do know this. A lot of his newer productions that he calls Corso.
He doesn't breed horses anymore. I mean, like, he literally doesn't. He breeds band dogs.
I know what I've seen that he calls Cane Corso and stuff off of the original Satilli shit is, well, in my opinion, is not the greatest in the world.
Yeah. I don't like anything that he breeds. But you know, that Gerald dude went to his kennel. The Doberman guy?
Yeah, the Doberman guy.
Yeah, and that just looked like a shit show to me. Here quality canine breeds American presses. And we're talking about Roughhouse. Roughhouse just breeds pure quality shit. In my opinion, allegedly. From an observation standpoint.
And they don't think like humans no more.
Yeah.
So I just stay on the human side of things. You see what I mean? So I talk to those people because that's where I came from. That's where I get the most enjoyment out of, right?
And that's the type of people you help every day.
That's who I help every single day.
Exactly. So like the trainer questions, like that's gonna hype me and dudes like Doug and the rest of the chat up. But then when I put my other eye on, I said, this is why they relating to what a lot of stuff he's saying, because he talking to them. Let me see here. Let me get some of these comments. Oh my God. Kathleen Wellner's in the house.
Oh yeah, she asked some questions. It was pretty funny. Did you see that her last dog? It popped a cherry eye. She wanted a refund from an overseas breeder.
She's not going to get a refund because that's in most contracts. It's a well-known trait that can and potentially happen. I've had, up until my 2023 production, I had a 0% production rate of cherry eye up until 2023, when one of those puppies, or one of the male puppies, produced cherry eye in one eye.
It happens.
In one eye.
And it can be, and it cannot be genetic. But she's blasting this breeder for being a scam for a cherry eye. For one. For another, she wants a full refund, and for him to ship the puppy back to another country. She's a mess, man. She has a problem with every puppy she's ever. She has a problem with every puppy she's ever bought from anyone.
Well, she tried to. Both her and Linda Sonino were going to buy from me in 2023. Something happened where she became non-contactable. Linda Sonino ended up dealing with the death of one of her Frenchies and backed out last minute. But they were going to buy Bruno.
Yeah. He's right. I did a live stream on Kathleen a few weeks ago because she freaking went on Joe's. She went on Joe's live and freaking talked so much shit about me. Like, not on his live, but in his comments, and tried to talk shit about me because I kicked her out of my group.
Well, Kathleen Wellner is known within the Corso community for her eccentric ways, I guess, so to speak. But she's well known within the community to, just like you said before, damn near every dog that she's gotten, she's had some sort of problem with.
Right.
It's no different than
selling to her.
I mean, it's something. It's something else, if you ask me, and I'm glad that I escaped that bullet.
Yeah.
Because that would have really threw my program under the bus, selling, and then having to deal with.
I don't know. He has sold her a dog that has not been vilified online.
Well, see, and the thing is there are an entire group gunning for me to vilify me, you know, and say, see, he doesn't know what he's doing, you know. And that's the shitty issue is, instead of coming together like, you know, back in the day where we were just, it boils back into this whole situation of people not sitting down and being able to talk with one another, have this round table, so to speak.
Right.
I don't know how many people I asked to be a mentor, including Jen Messer. And she's a hot box mess herself.
I don't even think she's in courses anymore, though.
I would hope not. I would hope not, because with all the dogs that Messer has produced, why doesn't she have an indoor-outdoor facility? That is my biggest question, because right after her kennel, like, I am not happy with my kennel setup. I don't like that my dogs, I have to do a rotational system with them in a goddamn crate. I don't like that, not one bit. I have been working for years to try and get them out of this situation. It's also one of the reasons why I stopped breeding, and I haven't had a litter produce since 2023. I said, look, I'm over this. I want better for my dogs. I want to get them into a better situation.
Right.
2 weeks ago, he wanted me to put the gate up because he put it down.
Oh, he's talking about a farmer.
We got a local farmer. No matter what, you can't do them right. Just helping a neighbor with cattle fencing. I welded up a gate, and this mofo talks so much shit.
Listen, 2 weeks ago,
Because he put it down. Yeah, that's understandable. But he basically hit the nail on the head, though, with this entire conversation. Like, when people get a taste of that fame or money, it blows up, and it goes to show their integrity and their ego-ness. It completely inflates.
Right. That's what this Brandon's saying. I'm gonna finish playing what he says here.
Hey, I nicknamed her Kathleen the Whirlwind Weller. For the Cane Corso community, you know her pretty good.
Oh,
Miss
yeah.
Kathleen, I tried to put that show together. That lady you wanted me to put on, she ain't emailed me back. Maybe you can contact her and tell her you're my auntie. She go get that joke. All right, let me see. Okay, she says Becca. Said, I guess she said,
What
for both of us, I'll answer it my way.
trading?
Hi, Joe. What are your thoughts on boarding and trading instead of walking your clients through the process and teaching both dog and owner together? I'd be like, man, I wish I could send this dog off because sometimes I get a little busy. But yeah, I think the best way is the owner and the dog gonna get the most value. Now, somebody gonna say one of the, shout out to all my guys who do that. I mean, it probably is good for a busy family that want a dog. Well, I know somebody gonna say, well, if they too busy, they don't need a dog. If they can't, nah, they don't work like that. If they need to board and train a dog, just go ahead and get the steps in, and they can come in as long as they get some good time in on actually knowing what to do and with that dog. I think it can both work. Me personally, I'm gonna want it to be me. But then right now in this day and age, like Hecka was saying, it's so much information on just how to basic train a dog. Treat or no treat. So to give it manners, probably one of the easiest things to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you can go take off with that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, man.
This part here, I'm gonna pause it right after he says some stuff because I have some thoughts.
If people want other people to train their dog, they're just lazy, and I'm okay with that. If you have the ability to pay somebody else to do a service for you, we live in the world of it's a capitalistic world. So I'm okay with that.
What?
I have to disagree with that statement.
Well, I'm gonna let him finish it because I have a couple thoughts after he says some few things.
I have nothing. I don't. I don't have anything negative, so to speak, to say about that because there's things when I get enough money I ain't doing no goddamn more. I'm paying somebody else to do it. You feel what I'm saying? So, but for me, right? My goal, if somebody wants me to train their dog,
Listen to this very carefully.
it's going to happen one of two ways. Either it's going to be a raise and train, which means you get the puppy, you give it to me, and it's going to be with me for at least 6 months. At least 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Which means I can put a hardcore imprint on that puppy to where I know even most people are not going to do it. Most people are not going to follow through like they're supposed to, but I know I put a good enough imprint on that puppy for it to last a considerable amount of time, and then obviously check in with that person, keep up with that person, right? But it's much easier to do that with 1 or 2 people a year than it is with 50 people a year, or 60 or 100 if you're doing 2-week board and train, 4-week board and train, 6-week board and train, which is the average of what people do.
Boy, that shit costly too. Boy.
You see what I'm saying? So now don't get me wrong, right? If you are dead set on me training your dog, and because I really don't want to train your dog, you're going to pay me for my time. The information is free because I put it on the internet all the time.
Right.
You're paying me for my time.
Yeah, the time. Your time is everything. Like, yeah. I've been going through so much the last few weeks. I got 5.
I can't imagine what a 6-month board and train would be.
I can just begin to imagine that kind of cost.
Because I know a lady called me for 6 weeks. She paid $7,000. I can imagine what 6 months would be.
Shit. I know a 2-week stint with Stephen Phillips of Phillips Command Dogs is
but I'm not
$800, and that's not even a board and train. That's I think
it's got to be
11 courses.
Yeah. But I can tell you right now, I'm not giving anybody. I'm not. You're not. It's not a board and raise. There's no board. Who does a board and raise? And I understand his idea because he's a trainer. But what he said is absolutely the truth. A board and raise. It's a board and raise. You buy the dog, so now you're paying these outrageous prices. Some of these prices $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 for the dog, and that's if you don't import the dog. Now you're going to pay him $15,000, maybe 6 months. You're missing everything.
From bonding to crucial milestones, especially that bonding experience.
Why are you getting the fucking dog? I mean, why? I mean, just be honest. Why? And he said it absolutely correct, which is I'm going to imprint this dog. He said I was going to train the dog. I'm going to imprint this dog. So why are you getting the dog? Because what he said was true. The owner's lazy.
Exactly. It's 100% true. It just goes to show the society we live in.
Because they want everything right now.
Right now, and they also don't want to pay for it.
Adoption site and go down to the dog trainer there. Everything is so expensive in the U.S. Canine's putting himself in an adoption for stateside. You want to adopt Canine?
So this also boils back to my earlier statements of do they actually have the dedication and the testing and fortitude to handle?
Right.
And this clearly shows that they do not have that ability or capability.
Well, hang on a second. Canine said he's putting himself in the adoption stateside to come down here. Do you want to adopt Canine?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I got first dibs. I need a new farmhand.
He said, come on now. We always got room for more. You can live with us, Canine.
Of course, it's going to be weird me adopting somebody a little bit older than me. But I don't care if you don't care.
You don't care if you don't care. Okay, go ahead, Will. Sorry.
You can be my adoptive older brother.
You can be. We'll have so much more fun. We can go.
Come down and help me plant my asparagus patch.
You gotta drink bourbon, though. He said, for $2.99 a day, you can help a poor Canadian.
I got you, brother. Don't worry about it.
I thought animals are always is a passion, like when a dog.
And we can all move on Will's property, man. Not enough.
There's plenty of acres there. That's for damn sure.
We can all live on Will's property. we can all portion a piece off and just live on Will's property. This is
In-laws have already started doing that. They've already started delegating their own pieces.
Nah, they gotta go. Any canines coming down, man. The in-laws gotta go.
We'll have our communal compounds on Will's property.
I told the wife that. I said, we need a commune, you know.
Right.
It'd be good. At least then I'd have actual people to fucking do decoy work with. Like, holy shit.
Crash, man.
Yeah, you don't know. David Koresh. Would be Will Koresh. That's funny.
I got a bunch of guns though, Will.
Shush.
As long as your acceptance of that.
He don't care about that.
Oh, that just makes it an even bigger draw.
But yeah, that's the thing is like who buys a dog and says, but see, that's the problem. That is the problem with today is that they're expendable. And I just want it right now. I want everything done right now. But this is the problem, right? If you send a dog off for 6 months, shouldn't that dog then, in your mind, and you're paying this kind of money, so now you've got like $20,000 wrapped up into a dog, you would expect the dog to be perfect. And if it's not perfect, well, then you don't want it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the first time it eats your pair of shoes or chews up a furniture or a cushion or you know, goes, 6 months old, it should be able to do everything it's going to do and without question. But what if something goes wrong? Because these people today think everything should be perfect. $10K for 6 weeks board and train.
Jesus.
Just 3 clients a year will net you more than you make on a minimum wage a year. Oh my God, really?
Those motherfuckers got to be making $100K plus a year to be able to afford to drop that kind of fucking dough. Holy shit.
Perfect takes work, and you must invest that time. They're not going to invest any time. They can spend that kind of money. They're going to say that that dog should be perfect. Puppy buyers already think the dog should be perfect at 8 weeks. If you're spending $20,000 on a dog, you're going to think that dog should be perfect if it comes back from a trainer. I'm telling you, I can see it now. When you get a puppy that, and you say, well, it comes with, started on basic obedience, because you can't say the dog's perfect, right? So you're going to say started on basic obedience, started on housebreaking, because just because it's housebroke here doesn't mean it's going to be housebroke at your house, right? Because you still have to show at the door. You still have to do common sense bullshit, right? So
how many are willing to do that common sense bullshit?
Right. That's the problem with today, right? So it started on housebreaking. It started on crate training. It started on basic obedience. It started on all this stuff. These are the things you have to continue when you get home, and you'll be good, right? Come down a truck. So when you say all that stuff, you have to say, you say all that stuff to them, they in their head already flip it to, well, the dog already knows basic obedience. The dog's already housebroken. The dog's already crate trained. The dog's already this. I don't have to do nothing. I just take my puppy home, and it already knows all this shit. I mean, it should be able to just walk itself outside and go to the bathroom. So I can't imagine what a 6-month raise and train is. That's crazy. I would never buy a dog and give somebody for 6 months. Why are you getting the dog? It makes no sense to me.
Hard back. Put it in a new position. So yeah, time is money. Man. You get at my age, you're
What?
I thought I was bad with a 3-month board and train. I did a 3-month board and train with one of my dogs back in 2010 to get it well started for service work.
Oh, service training was different.
Yeah, that was a bit different. I had the capabilities of going back and forth to Angola, but it was easier for me to do a 3-month board and train with Tasha to get her well started for IED management.
Right.
And then I turned around and I spent another additional 3 months of doing training sessions for another 3 months afterwards, where I was the one physically participating and the trainer was just there for guidance to correct me if I was doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
Right.
To further establish the link up, because we did the purchase when she was 3 months, so 12 weeks. And then for the first 3 months, so she was 6 months old by the time I received her.
Right. Kana says 20K. In my mind, it should come back with a job with the Secret Service.
You think?
You're back. Let me do this. Top Dog K9, John Mims, come in. I want to hear your perspective. I want to ask you some questions.
This guy's
been around a long
really
time.
good.
I know you got a lot of knowledge. Let's see if we can get John Mims in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get the young man in here. But yeah, time is money, man. Like at my age, when I look at jobs, I look at pensions, I look at insurers. They're going, how I'm gonna get the highest amount of money in the next 12 years. It's to protect. Time is, valuable. A man who's not.
I guess I'm just weird as a trader too. I never charged that much in training because I'm always looking at how can I get the best possible life for this dog. Do you know what I mean? I know that sounds really weird.
No, it's not weird at all, because I was the same way with my equine training.
Right. I did the same with
do you remember back in the 90s what the average board and train was?
Oh my God, it was $75.
Well, I'm talking in the 90s, early 2000s.
Well, that board and train, but that included your food, that included the farrier, that included everything.
On average, it was right around $275 between the 80s and the 90s. Mid 2000s to early 2000 to late 2015, it was approximately $250 for a full board, and then additional anywhere from $500 to $700 for the training.
Wow.
I charged $500 flat rate for a 30-day stay. That included full board and training. I didn't make shit off of my training.
Right.
I made enough to cover my board for my horses.
Right. I can tell you, I remember doing that, but that covered food and everything. But then I remember, so I moved to Vegas. We moved back. And then we lived in the city for a little while and stuff like that. I remember paying $175 to do.
That was on average for a full board.
Right.
And do you know what it is today, just alone for the full board?
Hang on a second. Then I remember Huh?
$575 minimum.
Well, then I remember like in early 2000s, maybe mid 2000s. I remember it went up to 375, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's as much as rent." And then it went up and kept going up, kept going up, kept going up, and I was like, "Holy fuck! I'm paying more to board my horse than I had to live in a house." I couldn't believe it. It was like getting ridiculous.
It is. It's getting absolutely ridiculous.
That sounds normal, 500 to 1,000 to board a horse? Come on now. Aw, thanks. You don't have to tell them that. They'll hit it if they like it. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the norm now. I know a lot of higher end facilities, the further you get closer to large cities, it's anywhere from 12 to 1750 minimum. And that's like going towards Buffalo.
If you go up,
Pittsburgh.
you know what it is in Connecticut? I have a friend that lives in Connecticut.
I would imagine it's probably closer to 25 to 3.
Yeah, it's like $3,000 to board a horse in Connecticut.
You better be making a 6-figure salary in order to be able to.
Well, yeah.
I'm concerned about time. Yeah, I wouldn't understand that.
Yeah, man. You don't get it back.
Yeah.
Like you don't get time is the like I'm, the old I've always, not always, in my responsible adult years. And it's funny, I tell my wife this all the time, man. One of the biggest things that I have anxiety about is I just feel like I never got enough time. You know what I'm saying? Like I really
I think everybody feels like that. You don't get enough time.
have an anxiety about that. You know what I'm saying? So I have to consistently work on myself and not, spaz out because I just feel like I ain't got no time to do nothing.
Hey, John, turn your TV down.
And not, spaz out because I just feel like
I love this. This would be Aaron trying to get on too.
I ain't got no time to do nothing. Hey, John, turn your TV down. Spaz out.
All right, I got it.
Well, I'm glad to see you tuning in. I think you got a delay.
I can't hear nothing now.
I'm gonna kick him out. Come back in. I'm gonna kick him out.
I took all the stuff out my book bag. I think it's one over there.
Yeah.
My bad, man. I'm trying to get the charger for my phone.
Do your thing, bro. We good. This hey, they used to us. We got family. Everybody getting off work and everything. Dog breeders, dog trainers work too.
Is that the one that fits this?
Let's see. Let me read some of these comments. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Kathleen says, I would never send a dog off with a trainer. Okay, let's see here. Okay, John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, all right. So
his name's John Mims. These are really I like a lot of his viewpoints.
This is
I've heard of him.
Y'all know who this is. This is Top Dog K9, Mr. John Mims.
Awesome.
I get a lot of knowledge from this man.
Mm-hmm.
And most time when I got a question about a dog, I'm calling him. so John, you've been around a long time and different things. And I don't know if you caught the beginning, but the name of the show is Different Paths, Same Podium. So could you talk about how it's more than one way? And is there wrong ways that can mess your dog up that you see people may do and you might want to say something, but you be like, what's your thoughts like on all this?
Well, recently, the last few years, I've had to kind of teach myself to check myself because you're right. There are more than 50 ways to get to the mall. Or when we're training dogs, there are more ways to accomplish the end goal. And the only problem that some people see is if you're saying, well, I'm training a protection dog and I'm watching a video and you can tell that the groundwork that's being prepared for this dog to be a protection dog has some flaws in it. And you may want to call it out, or you may want to call a person and point that out to them, that might not work so well for you in the end. But I've learned and had to teach myself to hold back and just let it develop and let the scenario play out and see how it ends at the end of it. But it's hard sometimes to look at some stuff that some people do. You know, it's hard for people to look at what I do because they don't understand.
Well, I agree with what he's saying, because the thing is like the end result may come out to be the same, just how they got there may be different. It's kind of like what we talked about. The way I get there may be different. I may not use the same material. I may not use the same equipment. I may not use whatever. And you may go, oh, I don't know about that. But the end result could be the same. You know, the dog may not learn the way that it may learn for you. It may learn different from me. So, you know, and also it depends on what you're looking at. Are you looking at a 30-second?
Dog is going to handle differently for me, or the horse is going to handle different for me than what it actually does for the owner.
Right. Like what T said, people can be sensitive about pointing things out too, you know? And if you have to look at the end result, was the end result the same? Did we both get there? Mm-hmm. Like everybody said, you know, there's the skin a cat, you know, if you skin the cat, if the end result is still skinning the cat, it may work. But if you hurt the cat in a way to get there, then we can talk about it. But also you have to talk about it in a way that, hey, did you think maybe this could work? Or, hey, I was watching what you were doing. Maybe this could work. But it's all in how you call somebody out too.
It. They haven't been in it long enough to see and say, well, and they don't have enough self-discipline to say, whoa, let me just watch this game play out and see how this goes.
Right.
You know, the ultimate compliment I've gotten over the last few years and over my whole training career was by P. Don Mega. He said he watched one of my videos I had up a few years ago. I was doing some training with a couple of dogs. I named those dogs by alphabets. And he said when he started watching the videos, he was like, there's no way this shit is going to work. It's just not going to work. But it intrigued him enough to just watch the system, watch it play out. And he said by the third video, the shit worked. And it worked exactly how you said it was going to work. And did it work out in the end for the dog? Yeah, because the dog wound up going to a department doing scent work. One out of those 3 dogs. So he said, and that's what sold him on what I do. And that was, I think, the ultimate compliment coming from a guy like that. A lot of the young guys that's coming into training now, they're so disrespectful.
Right.
Even some of the older guys, you would think the guys that been training supposedly so many years would have enough knowledge now to just check themselves.
To wait and see. And that's what I was saying. Wait and see if the end result still gave you the result you needed.
And not be so intimidated, be intimidated by what they see other people do and frightened about it. And just sit back and let it play out because they don't know. I watch a lot of Brandon videos, Mr. Hecker's videos, and sometimes I'm like, but let me just sit back and see how this plays out. You know, I watch a lot of Justin Rigney videos, and I'm like, nah, I don't agree with much of nothing that he says, but I sit back and I watch it play out just to see how the dog develops or whatever. Because I don't know all of Brandon's training skills, his repertoire, what he has in his training suitcase. I don't know everything, what he has. But what he does have, do I agree with all of it? No. Some of it I agree with, some of it I say, well, and he may feel the same way about me, but I'm willing and learn enough to sit back and say, let's watch this develop and see.
But see, that takes maturity. It takes maturity to sit and say, well, I don't know everything. And I maybe I haven't seen everything, and maybe there's new tricks and stuff that I can learn. And that takes somebody that has maturity, that's willing to evolve and willing to sit at the table and see what somebody can teach you or what you can learn from somebody, or bring some new tricks and tips to your table. And that's why these are good. This is why this was a good episode, to sit and talk about. And this is why these need to be done more, because you can say, hey, here's somebody that's been in it for 50 years that can say, I don't know everything. And I can use maybe this new thing. And maybe I don't agree with this, and I agree with this. And I can sit and add this to my new training next time. Maybe this will work. Not everybody knows how to do everything the same way. It doesn't even have to apply to dog training, but it can apply to anything in life. If you're willing to come to the table and have a discussion, that shows the maturity level that you have as a person.
The key word is respectful discussion.
Right. That's what we're lacking. That's what we're lacking in society as a whole. Right. You always got to be humble and have an open mind and willing to integrate things in good results. And it's good for the dog. It's good for the animal. It's good for people, because what he's willing to learn and what he's willing to understand and see that other people are learning, he can also teach anyone else that comes to him and say, hey, I'm having this problem. Have you ever heard of it, or you ever seen it? It would be the same as in breeding. You ever seen it? You ever heard of it? You ever had this experience? And that's what people can be teaching other people that are coming up, and less people would be having any other problems. That's why roundtables are good to have. That's what I learned from my mentor growing up and doing this. I mean, she helped me for 20 fucking years. And I think that's where we lack today, where people say, I don't need a mentor. I don't need a trainer. I don't need this. I don't need that. I can do it on my own. Well, look at the breeds disintegrating and almost unrecognizable anymore.
Yeah, but you also got to look at the bigger equation. What pushed those individuals to that decision? Was it watching these discussions? Say, we use this prime example, 2014 to 2017. If you wanted to be a breeder and you put into the preservation of Cane Corso, or Cane Corso preservation forum, right. one run by Jeff Hall.
Right. Oh, that was a shit show.
It's still a shit show.
I was kicked out of it long ago for asking.
I'm still in it, but not under my main account.
I was for asking too many questions.
So if you put up in there, hey, look, I want to be a breeder, usually the primary first response is, we don't need no more breeders. Next response is usually followed by, why do you want to be a breeder? And most GP, general public's response would have been, I see what everybody's making. It's not preservation of the breed, or, hey, look, I got some cool dogs that they're great pet companions, but I want to produce more pet companions. They had no, like, I get some of these people, they need the guidance. They need to see past the monetary potential, monetary gain, even though we know as breeders, unless you're putting out 200-300 litters a year, you're not going to gain anything. It's a good point.
Right.
Cut wood, they can't cut your leg. You know, it's very good annotation.
Well, the thing is, I agree. See, I've done many things on my own too. I've done a lot on my own. I'm a very independent person. But the thing is if somebody's willing to help you, why wouldn't you take the knowledge? It's the less beating your head against the wall. You know?
I tell you what, this is one knowledge, because I did have one person, and I've already named her, step up and say, yeah, I'll be your mentor, but you got to get rid of all your dogs and you can only buy from me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That was one thing come directly from Jim Messer.
Oh.
Like, how is that even remotely okay? Like, you can only buy from one person. It's no different than the
Yeah.
Ponzi scheme of buy a pup from me. If that pup doesn't produce, you have to buy 4 more from me.
Yeah. No, my mentor wasn't like that. I mean, see, you can't have that train of thought either, you know? I don't know. All right, let me play this. I'll be right back.
How it goes. Because without looking at the dog and putting my eyes on it and just seeing it on TV, I don't know where that dog is, where he started, what the dog has behind him, or anything. Brandon's there. He's looking at it. He's training that dog to the best that he sees that fits that particular dog that's in front of him. I've been saying this for many, many years. You train the dog that's in front of you. Not the pedigree, not the mom, the dad, the brother, the sisters. You train what's in front of you. And you train that dog to what you know how to do. And I think in the last few years, like I said, with some of these guys, they just don't have enough self-discipline to sit back and watch it happen. And it's kind of hard sometimes to see some other trainers. I've seen some trainers that's been training 20 years, 15 years, and you can just tell, man, if you train a protection dog, a personal protection dog, that particular thing you're doing right there is going to come back and bite you in the ass. Just the way I see a lot of it, you know? And it's hard not to say nothing sometimes, and I have to catch myself. And it's hard to impress me. I've been training so long, it ain't much I haven't seen.
Right. Especially on the police canine side, you done did a lot of work, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, before I got to that stage,
there's some, believe it or not, canine, there are some.
I think a lot of people kind of get that confused.
Unintelligible people that do fall for
the videos that I do, just not for everybody to see. There's a reason surgeons don't let everybody in the surgery room, because they can't handle what they see. So you have to kind of learn to scale back and meter out what you put out. But I've done all of that stuff, from the obedience to protection work. I only competed in 2 events in my lifetime, and that was some of the worst shit I ever experienced in my life. I just know how those people are. Had a friend of mine that I met about 10 years ago. I just recently started back talking to him. And he told me, he said, John, I'm man enough to admit what you told me 10 years ago has came true to this day. It has come full circle. I'm not saying I know everything, but goddamn it, if they call in the roll and I'm in the classroom, it don't take long to call a roll.
Right.
You know, and that may go over some people's head. I just said, you know, but it is what it is, man. And if I don't know something, it's a handful of people that I can call, we can discuss, but we aren't too far off on our ideas. The people that I do call and put the trust in to even call them to ask them these things. And some people, they don't want to call and ask for help. Hey, man, what's your idea on this? Hey, man, I'm trying this, and I may be a little shaky on it. You mind some helping me out with it, or what's your opinion on it? And you don't mind throwing it out when you can network with people. And that's, I think, what a lot of people don't do, because everybody don't want to check their ego at the door. Everybody want to come in swinging the big dick.
Ooh.
You know, and it doesn't matter.
Who's swinging big dick? Okay.
Mims is swinging big dicks.
Right. Okay, wait, what?
That's a BBC.
If I buy a dog from X and it doesn't produce pups, I need to buy 4 more dogs from X.
We were talking about that deal that Shauna keeps trying to do, that Ponzi scheme.
Oh, well, she isn't the only one. I don't know about her contract, but I do know that there is another Corso breeder that does that. For sure, I have the contract. There was actually a lawsuit over it, and I have that.
Did they, that lawsuit, has it gone anywhere?
Yeah, they won in court.
Mm-hmm.
They literally won in court. I'm going to show it when I do. I'm going to do a series of contracts to stay away from. But it's going to be pre-recorded, because if I try to do it like this, and I'm trying to...
You're going to get sidetracked.
Yeah, if I try to do chat and all that stuff, it'll make it too difficult to bring up all this stuff and all that. So I'm going to do it pre-recorded and show everything. And then once all the series are up, then I'll do a live on them, because it'll be too much. It's so much. But I'm going to do contracts to stay away from. This is what they're really telling you, things to look out for, all that stuff. Because I think people shouldn't get trapped into contracts and what's legal or what's not legal. And because if you bring up laws and all that stuff, what you can abide, what you would actually have to abide by, what you wouldn't have to abide by, but what you can get trapped into, all that stuff, how they won in court, because I actually have the entire court case. I actually paid for the FOIA and all that stuff. Because I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. But people will buy or sign contracts because it's big known kennels. You know? Yeah.
You can believe that fallacy.
Yeah, I'll do a premiere. And then we'll chat with the video. So that everybody can see it when I'm pulling it up. Because if I have to sit and pull it up and show you the laws and all that stuff, it makes it too much to try to follow along with everything. It worked because we know I'm joking. Yeah, if someone made me that deal, I'm heading over to right? So anyway, okay, let's see.
Who it is, we're trying to get the dog to a better position and a better position when we're through training them.
Right.
That's the ultimate goal.
Right, and
putting the dog.
That should be the ultimate goal, is always training the dog so it can stay in its home and not be dropped off somewhere that people don't want it or whatever. I mean, that should always be the trainer, or the goal of the trainer. I've trained puppies for free for, friends of mine that are breeders, and they call me up and they're like, look, the dog's by you or whatever. I've taped ears for puppies for friends of mine for free, because I'm like, I just want the ears to stand, and I want the people to, because a lot of times if people and get ear croppings and stuff like that, and then the ears don't stand, they're like, oh, well, now it looks dumb and we wasted doing the ear cropping and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I will drive and go tape the ears, or I'll have them bring me the puppy and tape the ears and all that stuff, or do training or help them over the phone. I've helped so many people without charging, because I want the puppy to be good for that buyer. That's not my puppy, but I'll do it because I want that puppy to have a good home and a good experience. Because if in today's world, if a person has a problem with the breeder, for whatever reason, they transfer that issue to a puppy. I don't know if you guys realize that, but it happens.
If there's an issue with the bitch, there's usually an issue with the pup.
Right. Right. I've said that before, Canine, right? So there's a prolific breeder. Well, there's several prolific breeders, right? And so this is what I've told people. So if you have a prolific breeder, this never used to be the case like back in the day, right? You could actually blackball somebody. Like in Dobermans, I use Dobermans as an example. If there would be email chains that went around, and you would be like, don't sell to this person, don't breed to this person, don't blah, 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 all this stuff. Back in the day when nobody gave away or sold full rights to anyone. It was really hard to get full rights. You had to actually earn it. It used to be a thing. Now everybody gets full rights to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? So back in the day, it would be really hard to get said puppy or semen from anyone. Now, if you have a prolific breeder that just sells or starts mini kennels all over the United States or the world, depending on who the breeder is, people are like, oh, well, this semen's $6,000 for this dog, or this puppy is $6,000 and it comes with, blah, blah, blah contract or whatever. and people call me and be like, I really want to buy from this kennel, or I really want to speak to this kennel, or whatever, but it's this and this. And I'm like, you can throw a rock literally from where you're at and hit a son to that, or a bitch to that, or whatever. You know, this kennel has this many dogs out of that kennel. Just go to them, and they're a nobody kennel. They'll probably give it to you for $1,500. Just go to them. Just call them up and go to them. It's not that sire, but it is a son from that sire. And they're like, oh, I didn't think of that. And then you don't have any stipulations because they don't give two shits. And you're not paying direct price from that person. I mean, it's that fucking easy. Especially because everybody gives full rights to everybody now. Truth? I was talking to you, Will.
It's true. That's 100% true.
Because everybody gives full rights.
Mm-hmm.
Because
or in the case of Canine, like you just stated as well, because I'm pretty sure you read his comment, you know, it's a case of, oh, I know this person bought one off of this. I can just go get something off of that.
Right. Right.
You know?
Exactly. I know a breeder who sells semen for, $7,000 to so many people, and all those puppies are on full rights. So just find one that you like out of that one. Out of the many of that one. Why pay $7,000? Just go find one off of that one.
Boils back to what I was talking about within the last couple of lives that I've done with you, where I had that individual that approached me about buying one of my pups that I had available, and they were pissed off at my price. Well, I'm just going to go locally to Craigslist and get one for $900. I don't like your price. Your price is too high. I'm sorry, but you do not get to dictate what my price is.
Right.
My time, first and foremost, which is exactly what Mr. Edmondson has said.
Right.
My time with my dogs is key. Okay. You're getting a dog at 15 weeks that has already got a bunch of crucial milestones accomplished.
Right.
From house training to virtually almost fully house trained by the time they're 15 weeks, to a dog that's already fully kennel trained by 15 weeks. Basic obedience, well started, and well started on socialization, both with small animals, small children, and interactions with the public, as well as started on leash work. Okay. Right. My time, I put a lot of time. I don't make a shit ton of money when I sell my pups. And then on top of that, you got all the shots that I do.
Right.
And every single shot, all the dewormings, the docking, which is done professionally through the veterinarian office, cropping done professionally through the veterinarian office, my time to drive almost 7 hours, if not more, one way to go get that done at a professional that is very skilled at her job.
Right.
Then the upkeep afterwards. Okay, so I'm putting all of this stuff in there, and that's all included in my price. The highest I've ever sold a dog has been like $4,200.
Right.
Plus the shipment fee, which I don't have an ordinary shipment fee because I don't use shippers. I personally hand deliver at the cost of fuel one way.
Right.
I'm not in it to make money.
Right.
So for somebody like me that charges...
You mean you don't charge $7,000?
No. No. And that's the fucking thing. I don't charge $7,000. On average,
That's what I said. When my price is $3,500 and it includes all the stuff that you just said, my price is $3,500. It's always
On
been
average, it's right around $3,200 if I deem that dog a breed-worthy quality.
Right.
If not, it's right on average
But see, I don't charge
$2,400 with limited registration.
my prices don't change. It doesn't matter if it's show or pet. It's all the same price. I don't give any more or any less to any puppy. It's all the same price. They're the same price across the board. And so my price is $3,500. It's always been $3,500. It will always be $3,500. And the thing is people are like, "What the fuck? You have to raise your price." I'm no, I don't. And they're like,
I've been told the same. You know,
my mentor actually got pissed at me, and she was like, "You're making us look bad." And I said, I told my mentor, I said, "Well, then step up your game." I literally told her that. I said, "Step up your game. If I make you look bad, it's because you're not doing enough." But my puppies also come with all their taping equipment to start their taping for their ears and stuff, a puppy kit, and their toys and all that stuff to start. It comes with the whole puppy package. So I don't care. I do what my puppies said, that when they take their puppy home, all they have to worry about is their puppy, because I want them to have the best start in life. That's the truth. I don't do it to make money off my puppies. I do it because I love having puppies.
We do it because we want to try and produce the next best thing for us.
Right. Well, I'm breeding for myself. I only have a litter to breed for myself, first and foremost. And that's the truth. I know a lot of people say that, and it's so cliche to say that. But when I do have a litter, I'm breeding for myself because I want a puppy for myself.
It's 9 times out of 10. That's what we breed for. And I kick myself in the ass for not keeping anything off my 2023 litter.
Right. And
I absolutely kick myself in the ass for that.
Right. And you can't just have one puppy. If I could, I would. Trust me. I don't.
And they're not like Pokemon where you can keep them all either.
Right. Exactly.
I wish that was the case, because then we would be overrun with dogs. But that's.
So, but everybody says that to me all the time. They're like, "You need to raise your prices." No, I don't. But what I feel is a fair price on them, and that is a fair price for all I do for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if people don't like that price, they can just suck it. And if they're like, "Well, I can get a puppy cheaper," well, then go get a puppy cheaper, because I don't give a shit if I sell you a puppy or I don't.
Put together that will serve the purpose, serve the family, or whoever it's going to. So why not network sometimes? Network is the only time where you can figure some problems out, when you're networking.
But I did that show with Wayne Singleton and Kari, the Boogeyman.
Mm-hmm.
A big part of that show is that really surprised me is that they was kind of saying a lot of guys know how to catch dogs and stuff like that, but they don't know how to build dogs.
Mm-hmm.
When you've been around a long time, John, when did you see the decrease in knowledge? Because I know from you, Gus, Ortiz, y'all used to travel, touch each other.
Mm-hmm.
Pause. You know what I mean? Y'all work together.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
We live in the Diddy age. We gotta straighten some shit out.
But, that's right. Yeah.
But y'all used to work together. Y'all seen a lot of each other techniques. Do you think dog training was better then versus now?
I'll tell you what made it so much better to me back then, because it was for the love of it.
Yep.
It was the purity of it. Now it's so commercialized that's what's hurting the business, because
That's facts.
there's no standard set.
Huh?
So that's 100% facts.
Yeah. People train because they love training. Now you have, what is it? Dog Daddy and Dog World and Dog this and Dog that, and everybody's wants to be famous. Everybody wants to be a movie star.
Many places. Some states have no regulation on training. You don't have to be certified in some states to say you're a trainer. You can just go buy a storefront or rent a building, open a storefront, and put up the biggest sign in the world saying you're a dog trainer. And people will flock there because you got a big facility set up.
I mean, PetSmart's trains, and I don't think they even know 101.
That doesn't mean you know your ass from a hole in the ground. But a lot of people do. There's no regulation on it. Back then, it was for the...
You can open an LLC and not even understand how to train, and then just keep changing the wording of your name and make a shell company and jump from shell company to shell company. That's how mentorship and a ship should be. Just, people don't know. It's a good trainer. And they go by subs. Exactly. He's right. Exactly.
The love, the skill, the art of training a dog. I don't need an e-collar on a dog to teach a dog just the basic of things. Sit, stay down, recall. I don't need treats for that. I don't need an e-collar for that. I use this right here. This is how I was taught.
Fact. I said that earlier. I can train with anything. I can train with a bottle cap. I can train with a whiskey cap. I can train with my phone. I could hold this can and train a dog. You train with the dog in front of you, and you train with what you have. When we were training, it didn't matter. You trained anything. You have to find out what works for the dog, not.
The decoying problem has come in with these young guys over the last 20, 25 years. It's just the way the world goes, Joe, and it revolves around, and that sometimes that carousel turns slow, slow, slow. These guys are learning decoys, but they aren't learning the art of decoying. They're just getting in front of a dog and jumping around like a jumping bean.
Right.
And they're not learning the art. When I
love this guy. He's so right.
Started learning this stuff, you had to sit on the sideline and watch and learn, and these guys talk to you, and they tell you stuff, and they question you before they felt comfortable with you even holding a puppy sleeve, not let alone a bite suit, but a puppy sleeve. Because back then, when I was learning this stuff, if somebody had a bite suit, you was the man. They were few and far between. Right. You had a bite suit. You were the man. You.
Before I ever went through a decoy house, I watched it 8,000 times. Trained a fish to eat off my finger. Trained a cat to go in the toilet. Splashback. Message up a cat.
You knew something. That to invest in a bite suit back then was a lot. To invest in an e-collar back then, I talked to a guy today. Connie told me his first e-collar cost him $1,000.
Right.
Now you can get them on Amazon for $15.
Yeah, cheap one. But you can get one. What'd you say yours was? What did we look it up? It was $39.
Yeah, it's like $30 on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
Now, mind you, that's not the set that I want. The set I want is going to cost about $1,200.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, it's so cheap now. You can buy anything.
$12.99, $20. You can get an e-collar now. When they started making that stuff so readily available, that's where a bigger decline and that slide got slipperier when it comes.
And the thing is people don't even know how to use them. They don't know what the stimulation is. They don't know threshold is. They don't know anything about how to actually properly use an e-collar or even tools. I mean, naturalism. Exactly. And you don't have to. You don't have to turn it up to 100. I mean, depending on what the dog reacts to. Again, we go back to fundamentals, right?
Yeah.
You could use it on one. The stimulation alone, the sound, Australia, they were teaching dogs how to dive.
Stick shift.
Oh, drive stick shift. Having a tool and another using it correctly, and that right there, right?
Comes to dog training. When we learn dog training as a people, and I'm talking, and I'll just be as honest as I could possibly be. When we young black men learn dog training, the very first thing we learn is how to make a dog bite and how to piss a dog off. It's the very first thing 99% of us learn. So training a dog to bite is easy. To me and to a lot of other people, that's easy. And I don't need a whip. I don't need all these extras to make a dog bite. That's not the art of dog training. The art of dog training is to know and learn what ticks this dog off, what makes him tick, what makes him pissed off, what gets him going, and then learning how to build on that.
I like getting them to back up too. Great. Do you like to back up? Do you like to back up? Hmm? You like to back up? You like to back up. Do you like to whisper? Do you like to whisper? No. You like to dance. She likes to dance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maze. She likes to dance on her feet.
If I got Sasha going, she's already paying attention. Like,
Do you like to dance? Do you like to dance?
she's like,
You like to dance?
yeah.
She's like, I want to dance with you. Like to dance? When she gets really excited for cheese, she'll dance.
That's it. When I see guys with the whip and they popping the dog across the legs, they got the dog on the elevated table and they still pop them on the legs. So now you're doubling the pressure you're putting on the dog. You're doubling the dog in some stuff that's just not natural. Where's the art in that? That's no art. That's not skill to do that. So now is the dog mad with you or the dog's mad because you got a whip in your hand?
Right.
The dog mad because you're gonna hurt him with that rock jug or what? What's the dog? What's the problem? The dog's it's not with the man because you got the stick in your hand. Same thing, Joe. I think we talked about this the other day. You train a dog with a whip, and your son Silas, who I met, nice little kid, my little nephew, I call him. Mm-hmm. And you train a dog with a whip, and you and the dog now has a complex about a whip or a stick or something that looks like a whip. And Silas goes outside and the dogs see him. They don't know Silas now. They know that whip is something they don't like. Right. And they got a big problem with that. And if some of these guys don't think that applies, they can go out and they can test it. Give a kid a stick and have him walk down the fence. Let the dog see him and they got him on a back tie or whatever. And they see this kid walking down the street with a stick and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's not.
You've now then created a liability.
About the art of dog.
But all they're reacting to, it's basically train them, collar and a leash, clicker, whistle, or whatever you can get your dog attention the day after you had a night out. Watch your voice. But what he's saying exactly true. It's kind of like what Cane was saying, the sleeve is a tug toy, you're not training the dog to actually react to, you're training the dog to react to something. What are you doing? I mean, he's just talking old school, right? Negative association, no different than positive reinforcement.
Training. The building from the ground up, a lot of guys can't take it. Brandon, you mentioned that the other day about guys taking dogs from 8 to 9 or 7.
It's no different than, look at this, right? So your dog shits on the floor right after you leave the house, right? You come home 5 hours later. You're really pissed because the dog shit on the floor 5 hours ago. Do you think everybody says, oh, the dog knew that it shit on the floor?
No, they just know that you're displeased.
You know how many people I tell that to? The dog doesn't remember that it shit on the floor 5 hours ago. If you know, we have all these cameras in the house, right? All these people do now have the cameras in the house that see the dog shit on the floor. It comes home, so you know the shit's on the floor when you walk in. You know you're pissed, and you're like yelling at the dog, it's shit on the floor. Or even you walk in the house and you're like, fucking dog or something up or whatever. Your body language told the dog that you're displeased about something. What it's reading is your body language that you're displeased. It didn't say that, oh, I shit on the floor, so now, they're pissed at me because I shit on the floor. Everybody goes, oh, the dog knew that it shit on the floor and that I was pissed about it. No, it didn't. It read your body language that you were displeased about something. Not that it shit on the floor. Oh, I'm telling you, the dog knew that it shit on the floor and that's what I was pissed about. I love how these people are like, oh no, it knew that it shit on the floor 5 hours ago. I don't care if it was
the Woollands.
It was 15 minutes ago. It didn't realize that it shit on the floor 15 minutes ago and you came home and smelled it as soon as you opened the door and you were pissed. What it knew is that you were pissed about something. And that's what it was reacting to, was your body language saying you were pissed. And I'm like, and I tell people all the time, prove me wrong. Next time your dog shits on the floor and you come home, act happy.
They're usually excited to see you.
Right.
The moment they see that, hey, look, that they can physically feel it.
Right.
Anybody that says they can't physically feel it, the displeasure, as soon as you know that they did something wrong, it's no different than equines. The canines are just as sensitive to temperamental transitional changes.
Right. I tell people all the time, it's no different than when you're in the show ring or whatever. If you're nervous about being in the show ring, if you're nervous about that judge or whatever, or the dog's acting up for a few minutes and you start to get frustrated with it, goes right down the lead, right into that dog, and that dog acts like a totally different dog. And people are like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, it does.
Then why did your dog act different? Why did your dog,
Why did your dog look at the judge? Why
did your dog react to that judge? Why did your dog, not move correctly that day?
Right down there was a transition somewhere along the lines.
Right.
Whether it be from the handler or from the judge. Most people will be apt to blame the judge versus themselves.
They smell your chemical changes. Right side of your face? Looking at the right side of your face? Why is it at the right side of your face? Wonder why the right side of your face? Or do you mean just like the right side versus the right side versus the left side?
It's not incorrect. I mean, canine's right. They do smell the chemical changes that the pheromones that your body puts off.
I absolutely believe that. Whether your chemical, as soon as you have fear or anything like that.
I've seen studies where dogs can read your emotions by looking at the right side of your face.
Yeah, the right side. I just wonder if that was like the actual right side of your face or like just the correct side of your face. Dogs can tell a lot. So I was hurt for the whole week. They walked extra gentle. I believe that.
Especially those with seizures.
Have more muscle twitches or certain reactions on the right than the left. Oh, really? I had no idea.
If you have grand mal seizures, they generally present on the right side.
Have more muscle twitches. I had no idea of that. You look at the right side of my face more.
9. Well, I've been using that scale like that for many years. It's very few people can take a dog from 1 to 10. They got to get them up here. They can't get them back here and then move it up here. So they got to get them up here. That's not skill. That's not an art to me. The art is going all the way. Now, if they want to be skilled and so art formed in this, then they should say that. I can only do this part. But there are a lot of people that take their money and say they can do all of this, and there's no way possible they can do it. I can just look at the training videos and tell that it's not going to happen. So that's how I look at that, Joe.
Right. Yeah. Boogeyman. I'm calling names because I ain't tripping. But Boogeyman told me something. He said I can look at a lot of what's going on because I know how to read dogs. I can tell on the screen what's going on because some of us know how to read dogs for so long. You know, that's an art.
That's
an art within itself.
Yeah,
that's an art within itself.
Right.
And it's some of us have refined that skill so much. Joe, I've had this happen. I've done to a lot of people, and it just is what it is. You can look at a dog. I've seen dogs, these guys, oh man, my dog will do this. I say, really? And I'll go to the house and I'll just stand there and look at the dog for a second. And then I'll just open the gate and put the leash on him and take off.
I'm going to look that up. That's interesting.
Walking with him down the street and I said, this is the dog you just bragged on. But then there's some dogs I can look at and the dog looks at me and the dog is talking without talking. And I won't try that with that dog. Because I know that dog has told me, look, it ain't gonna go the way you think it's gonna go.
That's what I was talking about the other day, Pete. The reason I love puppies and love training puppies is because you can just watch their body language, watch their brains just work. Like that's what I love about puppies. I just love watching them. When you're trying to work with them and just watch what they're going to do and see where they take it and ask them something. Yeah, smart.
But that takes time. That takes skill. That takes somebody teaching you certain things to learn. And then there's this one part that not a lot of people touch on, Joe. We're gifted. Certain trainers are gifted with that particular skill to know that. And a lot of people just don't have it. And that's our advantage over a lot of people in this industry, Joe. We got it. We got it.
Right. Well, some people shit on others
meant by that
for having that ability.
Huh?
I said, or others shit on people for having that ability, that innate ability.
Yeah. I don't understand what he meant by this. Does he mean only black people do?
I don't know. Replay the video in that section.
And a lot of people just don't have it. And that's our advantage over a lot of people in this industry, Joe. We got it. We got it.
Right.
As compared to some of the other ones. And I'm not saying that to be ugly or what it is, but it's just some things are just we are born with. And I'm glad I was gifted with it, and I practice my gift every day. We can look at some dogs.
Because I'm not black, and I have that ability.
I'm not black. I don't know. And maybe it's I don't know.
I'm super light skinned.
That 2%, that 2% Africanus in DNA.
I don't know why. See, but this is what I hate sometimes. This is the stuff that I hate about the training world, the dog world shit. Why does it have to become a race thing?
There's inclusion, I guess, maybe. Maybe to feel inclusion, that's the only thing I can come up with.
Yeah. I agree, T. Yeah, that's I don't understand that. And I see it more lately than anything. Like a lot lately. And I don't understand it. And I think that's what separates it too. I think that's what separates a lot of people from actually sitting down and talking, because it always that's another clip. It has to be like this race thing. Because then people can't talk that way either. Get in. Go.
We can look at and you can get a pretty good idea, but I won't say anything on that particular dog because I want to put my eyes on it rather than put my eyes on it on a TV screen or the phone.
Yeah.
And see that dog leg might twitch when he's doing it, when he's barking. He's barking, and it can be an aggressive bark in the face, but the rest of his body is telling you, I'm scared to goddamn death. Because his back legs are shaking, and it's not a strong shake. It's one of those shaking like, if you cut me off this leash, I'm going to take that side gate and I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what some people don't want to learn. They don't want to know it. They don't care to learn it because that's not what they're into. They want the quick fame to hit it and quit it, and that's it. You know, they don't want to learn the art of dog training. This is an art. It's unlike anything else. Training the elephant is different. You need peanuts and shit to train the elephant. Dogs were domesticated to be by man's side and to work with man. And to me, I wasn't taught to train with treats. I wasn't taught to train with equine. Now, I'm not totally against those tools because there are some dogs you're going to need some help to equalize that fight if it comes to you. Because the lady that you train the dog for, she's 120 pounds and her dog is 120. She's outweighed 3 or 4 times just by the size of that dog compared to her size. So what do you equalize? Brandon, I think what you call it, the force multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
I think so I call it, you just need them to equalize it. So, and the E-collar or the prong collar may be the equalizer. So you use that to equal. I'm not against it, but before I try it, I'm going to try everything else that I got in my bag of tricks in order to get it.
Let me ask both of y'all this. Let's stay on e-collar for a minute because I know, John, you've been around a long time, and yeah, you probably ain't gonna mind me saying this, but I'm gonna say it. Personally, we talked and you said it was issues when e-collars became readily available. And you also said that COVID kind of changed training too. A lot of an influx of trainers who didn't go through the well, didn't go through
Facts. Everything exploded because of COVID. Trainers, breeders.
The stimmy stim made the explosion.
The loss of common sense.
the fire. Brandon, let me get your thoughts on e-collars and saturation or COVID. I hate to call them COVID trainers, COVID breeders, because everybody.
That's what they is. That's what they is. That's what they is.
Right.
COVID training. Shit, that's what it is.
If it's that, it's COVID YouTube channels too.
Yeah, that too. That too. COVID millionaires.
You think he meant COVID or shit? Now you think he meant training comes naturally?
No.
No, I'm asking Canine. You think he meant okay? You think this meant training comes naturally? Are we being honest or are we?
He said, Canine said he thinks it means training comes naturally.
That's what he said.
COVID, everything. COVID created, I think COVID was created in the lab.
There's Bakari.
Look what
It was created.
Like saying black people are naturally trainers. Okay, I gotcha.
It was created in the lab trying to hurt people, but it actually created a lot of people's hidden talents, millionaires. It opened the door for a lot of things. But back to Brandon. Okay, Brandon, go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, before you go, Brandon, everybody, this is Bakari, Luca Bakari, out of Canada. Y'all see him in the comments. Just our little nephew. So, what's happening, little bro?
I'm doing good. How about y'all? I don't wanna like interrupt. I don't wanna interrupt. How about y'all?
Okay. All right, Brandon.
Yeah, give me the question one more time.
Your thoughts on e-collars use and the influx of trainers during COVID?
I live by a simple creed. Keep it simple, stupid.
The KISS method.
You know, when I look at
the KISS method.
Yeah.
At a dog, I'm looking at how can I train this dog with the least amount of middleman as possible, right? So the middleman could be the e-collar, the middleman could be treats, the middleman could be a ball, it could be anything, right? Now, again, like Mims said, I'm not against using those things, right? But I do not depend on them at all, right? So for me, again, like I said earlier, man, I'll always go back to how did people train dogs before all of this convenience was created? That is literally how I think when it comes to dogs. Because the one thing that I always think about is I don't want nobody to be able to take it away from me, right? So we always in this argument or in this back and forth about banning e-collars, banning choke chains, banning pinch collars, right? So I'm always thinking in my mind, like, yo, like,
okay,
I'd be damned if somebody tell me you can't use something, like we're taking it away from you, right? So I'm always approaching it like, well, what are the things that they're never going to take away? They're never going to take away a regular collar, a regular flat collar. They're never going to take that away. They're never going to take away a leash. So why don't I just stick to that? And that's how I look at it. But again, I'm not against using those modern tools, I guess you can say, but I for damn sure don't depend on them.
That's what's up.
I mean, he might not have. I don't know. I don't know him enough to understand what he meant by it. I just know that there seems to be a separation, and it seems to be that is the thought process. Where'd Will go? Did Will leave? So it could be. I mean, it might be. You might be right. I don't know. It seems like there's always a separation. It seems like there, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, what did you say? There's a few on versus training manuals, like training manuals, trained dogs. Yeah.
Let's see here. So, John, did you answer?
Yeah. And I just wish that we could all sit around and talk and that there isn't any separation of anything, you know? Right. Yeah.
About the influx of trainers?
Yeah, it just, I think it comes from COVID, and then just people thinking that it's so much of a they can get in and train, and if you're luring a dog into a sit, I think this what gives people and made people think that they're dog trainers. The e-collar gives people a false sense of accomplishing something. The treats, because they lure a dog into a sit, and that gives people a false sense that the guy, oh man, that guy can really train, but he's luring the dog to a sit. That's not a skilled form of training. That's I don't want to say it's a cheating form, but for some people they have to do it. But to me, and some of us old timers, and I know we have to evolve. Like I heard you say something about evolving earlier. There's some things you should evolve in. There's some things that's just because dogs were domesticated hundreds of years ago to be by man's side. You shouldn't have to be able. You shouldn't have to lure a dog into a position of a sit. Does it make it easier? Yeah, like one guy I posted something, he says that power steering, like having power steering when you do that. But what happened if you go to, I've asked this question before, Joe, for people that do that, when you go out to train and you leave that bag of treats on the counter, that bag of hot dogs on the counter. So when you get to the training field, you don't have, so you don't train that day because you don't have your training aids with you? That's weird, but the influx of it is, I think some people just saw it as a easy hustle and they treat it like that. You can tell by how they train and what they do. What bothers me with it's not an influx of it, but just some of the toys and treats and trinkets that people use and gimmicks they use. When you charge, some people gonna say I got a problem with, and I do. $3,500 for obedience training, $4,000 for a board and train, and you tell the people they got to go home with an e-collar on the treats, and they still have to do those things. You gotta be kidding me, man. I don't care who it is. Michael Ellis, Justin Rigney, John Mims, Bakari, Brandon Hecker, CT, whoever it is. You charge people $4 or $5 grand for obedience, and you still have to go home with something to handicap what you supposedly taught this dog. What people, they don't teach the people how to handle their dog and what they taught the dog. These people pick their dogs up. They leave them for a 30-day board and train. They come pick the dog up. They get a 30-minute take-home session, and that's it. And you think those people got it down? No.
That's facts. Will had to leave. He had to help his wife.
Those aren't dog people. They just people that's got a dog. I've been saying that ever since I met you, Joe. Huh? They're not.
Right.
Yeah, they just dog. They just people that's got a dog. They're not dog people. We are dog people. Me, Brandon, Bakari, so much all the trainers. We're dog people through and through. We ain't just people that's got a dog. And when I train a dog, usually after the second or third session, I don't even handle the people dog anymore. I don't want to touch him because the dog can work for me and he looks good working for me, but he needs to work for them.
Right.
It's where the perfection comes, when he works for them, not for me.
And that's what I was talking about. This is where the 101 comes in. This is where I don't like board and trains. This is what I was talking about.
Everybody's got their own way of doing things, but some things just it's too much, man. It's too much for me. I don't know if I'm staying on topic or not, Joe, but this stuff, man, I get so frustrated with people and some of these people, man. It's frustrating. It's a headache. I saw one of Brandon things. He was arguing with that guy, C-Dot. Man, I'll give you this advice, Hecker. Don't even waste your breath no more. Don't even waste your breath no more, man, because what you're doing isn't going to make him eat. What he's doing isn't going to make you eat.
For sure.
You know, and he's not going to convince you. You're not going to convince him. Do what you do, satisfy your customers. You can tell me the same thing, and I'm going to take it, and I'm going to enjoy what you said, and I'm going to take it, and everything good. But, Carr, the same thing. When you get rolling up there in Canada, man, and me and CT and Joe and all of us, we've opened our playbook to you, man, to help you get going. When you got questions, you call and ask, and we here to help you as best we can.
Well, because today in the world, like people drop their dogs off. Like I was saying, that one person that called me and was like, you know, got their dog back, paid $7,000, and the dog doesn't do anything. It's because they didn't get a training video, they didn't get any support, they didn't anything. When they called the trainer says, well, you're not doing anything with the dog. Well, they don't know what the dog is supposed to do. They didn't get any help. They don't know anything. They didn't get a video. They didn't get any training. They didn't get any help. There's no one-on-one. There's no time afterwards, but they paid $7,000. Okay, so now what? So the dog's not sitting, staying, no household manners, no nothing. So what did you do for the 6 weeks? And they're saying, well, it's your fault. You're not doing anything. Well, what do you mean? Where's the video? What is the dog supposed to be doing? What, like, at least you're supposed to get a video. You're supposed to show what the dog was doing for the 6 weeks you had it. Or you're supposed to get some kind of training when you pick the dog up. Nope, nothing. But you paid the $7,000. So I think that's what he's talking about. Like, even if you got the 30-minute after when you pick the dog up, you should get some kind of like, this is what your dog's doing. This is what you're supposed to do. Here's the training. Here's what you're supposed to teach the dog for the next week's going home every 15 minutes, you know, or 15 minutes throughout the day, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. You wasted your money. But you paid the $7,000 and now it's your fault. Weeks, and she let him get away with everything and can't physically deal with him, right? 7 to ensure the dog be perfect, maybe, but with the trainer only, right? But it's still the trainer's not. It's your fault, you know. Tell the dog to sit, tell the dog to lay down, tell the what. But how? What did you do? Like, there's nothing to show the dog even did anything for the 6 weeks that he was with you.
And keep your head down and take care of your business, take care of your client.
In my opinion, the dog sat there for 7 weeks or 6 weeks in a kennel. You boarded the dog for $7,000 is what. And of course, this is just one side of the story. I don't know anything else. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, when you only hear one side of the story, you still have no idea. You know what I mean? There's two sides of the story, and somewhere in the middle is the truth.
All the other people, they just do whatever they want to do and then go ahead. But me being an elder in this thing, I feel like I can say that. I can say what I want to say and voice my opinion. Everybody else can do that. Now, they don't have to listen to my opinion. They don't have to pay attention on Mims crazy. You can call it what the hell you want to. But when that shit happens or it comes back and bites you in the ass, you can always say, if they have enough nerve to say, Mims, you told me that. Or Mims, you mentioned that. You know, because I've seen it. I've been in it so long. I've seen it at different dogs, different level of dogs, different breeds of dogs. There are some things that just ain't worth arguing with people about. Just keep your head down and just keep going.
Right.
That's it.
Bakar, he been doing that too, man. He been staying. It's funny too, like, because like some of y'all in the comment section is just as famous as people on the screen. Everybody know who 416 is. Everybody know who's Bakari, Doug, Anthro, Angelo, everybody up in there. But Bakari, before I go on to the last topic I'm gonna cover, you doing all right, bro?
I'm doing good. I've been working. I've been focusing. I've been grinding. I've been learning. And just to touch a bit on the topics that was presented, as a young pup, you know, y'all the big dogs over here. I would say, I think it's crazy that e-collars or tools, especially e-collars, could be readily available online. and especially low quality ones. And I feel that the influx of people of social media gave a platform of people and a false sense of like I have an audience and a way of saying things. It gave like an audience to people who are dog trainers, quotas, and I put them in quotas, and most people just get caught in the loop like the regular folks. And I feel that it's not helping the dog, it's not helping the humans. So that would be my take on it as a young pup. Not saying too much, but yeah, I've been doing good. I've been doing all right.
That's what's up.
Good. That's good. So let me get this in before I forget about it. What this e-collar thing, because it really bothers me. I went to a competition in Texas, a PSA competition. I think it was 16 or 17 dogs competing in this competition. Every dog that walked up to the staging area had an e-collar on. Out of the 16 or 17 dogs that competed, maybe 4 or 5 of them passed the scenarios. I mean, passed their exam. The rest of them blew commands. They couldn't think because, unbeknownst to a lot of people, the constant use of that e-collar, and I'm not a neuroscientist by any means, but I've seen a lot of dogs where I think it chemically and psychologically throws a dog off center point to a degree, because some of those dogs, they went out there and they didn't hear the man or the lady calling them off or doing things. They just blew clean through it. And some of these dogs were so aggressive. These people think the dogs have to be aggressive, and that
they want really aggressive dogs. And some of these, I mean, especially if they come from Czech and all that stuff. And I think, especially using the e-collar, if they're so conditioned to using it and it's not used properly, this is where tools can go bad. And this is why we have such a problem with, well, you can't use this tool, you can't use that tool, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think what he's saying is correct. I mean, they're used for a purpose, but if your dog can't not be used with it, both sides fail. The dog, most owners expect complete change. And many board and trains don't do aftercare because many don't know how to monetize it. Exactly.
Tyler amplifies it, and it makes these dogs very, very unstable. And I don't care what nobody, I've seen it too many times. I go to some of these trials and used to go to a lot more of them just to see those things. So when people, and I talk about it, I'm talking from experience, what I put my eyes on, not what nobody told me. But to me, that's ridiculous. I mean, that people depend on those things that heavy to where it messes.
Yeah, when you have to use like 4 collars, you have to start wondering, how much is it working?
The dogs up. I just had to get that out. I had to. One more thing too, Joe. I take one more second. I learned a lot from an e-collar, but with a guy, Touch of Dominance is the name of his page. He's in Alabama, I think Birmingham, I think it is. I've seen a lot of his videos, and I talked to him. He trains with an e-collar, and he hit me to some stuff with his. But his dog was actually one of the ones that passed the test. Super nice dog, really strong dog. And I didn't know this, even with all the experience I have and all of that, but I'm not an e-collar trainer. So some things I don't know. I just know about those e-collars, they'll mess a dog up. This
is the thing, is you really have to, these people, like, you ever see a person like start training a dog and they turn it up to like 100 and they put the dog flat? Like, you ever see somebody do that? Like, you training and they turn it like all the way up as far as it'll go. Like a lot of e-collars have different levels and stuff like that, but they want to turn it all the way up and just flatten the dog. I'd love to punch those people. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, start out low, try to see how your dog reacts to it, all that stuff. You don't need to like go full bore. Like, some people just go ridiculous. It's like, really? Like, you ever put an e-collar on yourself and see what it feels like? Like, I just don't understand the whole need to just go full bore and then just flatten the dog. Aftercare is probably thought of as an expense. by Zoom or phone or person and not making more money. And I see it as job one. Those people drive me nuts.
E-collars operate differently. I didn't know that. And he explained it to me. These guys on.
Yeah, I test and even learn myself. And most levels. If I can't take it, the level won't be used. I do too. I test everything. I even tested a bronc collar, but I've tested a bronc collar even on air. And I'm like, how's this real? There's all kinds of things. I mean, like, I just don't understand the whole. I've seen people do that though, turn it all the way up, and the dog just go flat, like out flat.
I've been in training 10 years. He told me I've been in it 40, damn near 50 years since I was a kid, and he says that one brand will lock a dog up. The other brand will just sting him enough to make him come off.
Right.
If he locked up, he stays on the bite. The other one, and I was like, you got to be kidding. So he showed me a couple of things. I said, well, I'll be damned. I learned that from that guy, and I'm here to say it. He's been training dogs 10 years. Does he have the e-collar down pat? Pretty much. I met Fred Hassan, the guy that owns the Sit Mean Sit. He explained some stuff to me, some misconceptions that I had about the e-collar. And I kind of looked at it a different view. But to wrap it all up in one, e-collar, not for me. I'll use it if I have to, keep it as a tool, but not for me. And that's not the art of training, man. That's skipping steps. And you can't skip steps in my business and the way I run it, and in dog training business, period. You can't skip steps. E-collar is for people that want to skip steps. And that's when you're running the problems.
Okay, y'all ready?
I got it out, Joe. I got it out.
You good? Hey, so y'all ready for the get in trouble segment? How many of y'all put a heart in the chat?
I live in the get in trouble.
Boy, we're going to get in the get in trouble segment. So I was getting a video that was sent to me. There was a lot of talk around it. We got 3 trainers here. And I want to get your opinions on it. It's a video Justin Rigney. I guess he posted it today or something. So
I already know what video you're talking about.
Everybody know what it is. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, let's go to share. And I think this is the one.
Where do we go from here? Where does this shit end? Is there a ceiling to it? Do we need to break a dog in half while they're still biting to prove that they're fucking hard and real? Like, is this reality-based training? Because a lot of bad situations on the street, a lot of bad crowd control situations on the street, and I've never seen any shit like this. And if you want this to be real, you want to make this fight fair, take off the fucking suits. Then let me see what's up. We need to do better as an industry, man. This isn't putting you on fucking blast. This isn't talking fucking shit. This is about the welfare of the animals, right? This is about the well-being of the animals. We can absolutely prepare dogs for pressure, multiple decoys, a lot of threat, a tremendous amount of environmental and physical pressure from the decoys. Fly pressure, right? You have to be painful, putting the dogs in a painful situation with career-ending injuries. It doesn't need to be doing that. Not only physical, mental.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Word of mouth, yep, without you're gonna fail, yep. Oops. I do a good job. Yep. Happy customers equal, right. That's it's usually how the world works. Clients find you. Exactly. Right. And repeat customers.
Against this one dog, Cane's never pretty good. As these dogs get up against the fence, it thinks about fucking running. It will lose sight of it, but it looks pretty bad at one point in time. Then they eventually let the dog in. Now, the folks at Paw Fed Canine are doing a damn good job. They're doing very similar work, but it's way more training, not just a fuck fest to see if they can break a dog. So the pit goes in, makes contact with the first decoy. The first decoy puts a tremendous amount of pressure on this dog, but the dog hangs in there. The pit is obviously a way harder and stronger dog than that first Mal. But when he goes in and puts the pressure on the dog makes the bite, it becomes a training exercise. And that's the big thing for me. The first drill looked like just an absolute fuck fest for Instagram to see how far they can.
It's just a way, it's across the board for everything, right? It's just a good philosophy to have.
Take this shit before the dog gets ruined. No go, in my opinion. So in this little cage scenario with the Paw Fed Canine crew, it becomes a training situation that's implied pressure. It's like WWE shit. Like they're acting like they're hitting the dog. There's very minimal contact. They make the fast strike, and at the last second, they pull away. So it does make contact, but there's not that risk of injury. And then it becomes a training exercise with control. So I'm all for it, man, if it's done the right way. We absolutely have to do better as an industry. This is excessive and over the top, in my opinion. I've been doing it.
Okay. All right. So
you want to take off on that one?
Yeah, Brandon, you can. Hey, wait a minute, who is this?
Yeah, you got a lot of background.
Luke?
Got a lot of feedback.
John, let's see if that's you. All right. Okay, it's John. Yeah. Okay. John, just pause for a second, and then we'll you on pause when you start. Sorry, Brandon. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, man. Shucks, where do I start? You know, when I look at these scenarios, the first thing that comes to my mind is, is there any time in real life that, you know, if this is supposed to be protection training, right? Is there
Okay, that was because of how the breed, it's will grab and fall regardless of outside forces. Mouse will let go under heavy pressure, but re-engage. Because of how the breed, this outside force, so bite with re-pressure. Okay, so I don't know the Justin dude. And so I was looking at both of them, and neither one looked any different to me. So they both looked the same, just different dogs, right? I don't think that either one looked any different. And again, they were 30-second clips, and this is why I hate 30-second clips. Both people will look at them and go, oh my God, I want this, I want this, I want this, right? But the problem is that we don't know how long these dogs were trained for that purpose, right? Were they stable dogs? Were they trained? How long they were trained to endure this? How much pressure was used to get them to accept this much pressure? All the training that went in to allow this to happen, right? I don't think that his clip even landed the way it should. Because somebody looking at this 30-second clip, at first, you're going to have the reaction of, oh my God, or you're going to have the reaction of, I don't see a difference. So if you go back and you look at it and you look at it and you look at it, you're going to be like, okay, well, I don't see the difference. And his clip didn't land the way it should have either, because his clip was, we need to do better. And you kind of go, well, I don't think it landed the way you think it should have either. And so I have so many questions about this. And this is why I hate social media, because there's no context to it. There's no, how much is this? how much did these dogs get trained to be this way? They're not like, right. So again, it's not landing the way that everybody thinks it should. Right. And this is why I don't like this. Because everybody wants it to be this or that. Everybody's adding their 2 cents. Everybody's critiquing this. Everybody's saying this is bad, this isn't bad. You know, but it was the exact same thing in both videos, right? And this is why I have a problem. This is why I told Bakari the same thing. You go back and you look at it, you look at it, you look at it, you look at it. So I look at it and I told him the same thing. I have a different perspective because I look at it and I don't see a problem. It's different breeds, right? So I look at it and I go, okay, but if you take it and I'm sitting there looking at it and now it's hours later and I'm re-critiquing it and I'm saying, okay, but it's a pit in this one, it's a Malinois in this one. But somebody who looks at it and goes, oh, I want this badass Malinois, I want this badass pit bull. This is what it was. It was for likes, it was for clicks, it was this. And it was 30 seconds. And then he goes on and he says this, and it's not landing the way that he wanted it to. And that's the truth of it. Because now everybody's pissed that he said this about this badass clip. Am I wrong? Because he's not getting what he wanted out of it, because now everybody hates him for saying this because it was this. But the truth is we don't know what pressure was used, how much training was. I'm sure the girl who made the clip, and I don't know her either, she's not going to put her dog in danger. She's not going to do all this shit, but it was for the aesthetics of it. Right? Because where are you in a real live scenario that you're going to have all these people going after your dog this way? And who that really loves their dog is going to put their dog in that scenario? Equine cage. Right, but I'm saying breed behavior, right? But what I'm saying is, if we're looking at real life scenario, what real life scenario is this? And if this is what she was showing was real life scenario, but it's no different than the guy who has the Malinois between the legs doing the whole military breakdown of all this shit. It's the same thing, right? We're all doing this for the clicks, the likes, the shares, the going viral, and this went viral, right? I mean, this is what we're doing it for, right? Or am I wrong? Am I reading that wrong? And he did it because he wanted to go viral as well, to say we need to do better. But it's not landing the way he wants it to land either. Right. Oh, no, I see similar clips as well. They're similar. No, I agree. I don't see anything wrong with either one of them. Because if there was a real life scenario, I mean, who's going to put it in a real life scenario? But if it was, they're the same. It's just two different breeds. And what he's saying is this is wrong, this is wrong. It's no different than at the end where the dog's getting swung around. I mean, how many times do you see police dogs getting swung around and all that stuff? The only reason he didn't like it is because there was a pole in the way and the possibility that the dog would regrip or whatever and get swung off and hit in a pole. Or that's how I seen it. Is that why it was wrong? Because it might have regripped? I don't, right? Right, false comparison that the pole was there and might have let loose and got hit by a pole or the wall. Right. So you see what I'm saying? And it wasn't even close to the same. But how many dogs that you see police canines are getting swung around? But is he making a comparison to that? No. So this is why I'm saying it was a facade. And I don't think any of it landed the way that he thought it was going to. And so they all went viral. But I don't think that they're any different. I think the two videos that were posted side by side are the same. They're just two different breeds. And the third video wasn't even a comparison to the first two. And him going mad about them didn't land the way he thought they were going to, but it was all for viral takes. Plus the enclosure in a small space. Right.
Any time in real life for a civilian, not for a police officer, right? Not for a military K9, right? Where I can see scenarios where you may send a dog into a situation like that, right? You may think it's one person in there, and it might turn out to be 3 or 4 people in there wailing on your dog. You know what I mean? I can kind of see that happening in those scenarios, right? But in a real life situation, based on, like I told you before, the law, right? I live in Illinois. We don't have a stand your ground law, right? Our duty is actually to retreat first if we can.
Oh.
Right? If we can, the first option is retreat first. Now you have the castle doctrine, right? Where you are allowed to defend your territory, right? So I just don't know if we're talking about in my house. I just can't think of a real life situation where I would send my dog for 4 people to beat my dog up like that.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. I 100% with him, with Brandon. I guess that's what I'm saying. I absolutely wouldn't. If I thought there was 4 or 5 guys somewhere, I'm not sending my dog. This is where I guess I lose the idea that this would happen in real life. If I was walking down the street and there was 5 guys in an alley, I'm not sending my fucking dog. I trash before one gay people can see someone is actually good. Portland. Did he? I don't know. I mean, I'm not doing it. I mean, I'll walk away. I mean, like I said, I don't live in Illinois. I live in Ohio. We have a stand your ground. I mean, our car is considered in our castle ground. So, I'm not sending my dog. My dog's not expendable.
I would just start shooting.
I can't think of where 4 crackheads going to be together for the dog to have to decide which one of them he wants to bite.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what outside of testing the testicular fortitude of the dog, how is that applicable in real life? Because if
right. Might not send your dog, but 4 guys might walk up on you. I'm not going to be anywhere where 4 guys are going to walk up on me. I know what they're trying to do. I get the whole pressure test with the dog back down, with the dog cower. I understand what the test is. I mean, I'm not ignorant. I understand what the test was trying to prove. A dog isn't going to power, piss buckets, all that. I get what the test was. I actually do.
We're being intellectually, honest and professionally responsible. That's the only reason why you would do something like that, is to test the courage of the dog. And this goes back to when I was talking about earlier, a lot of these people think like dogs. They don't think like humans, right? So here's my problem with scenarios like that. Do I appreciate the 1 out of 10 dogs that will have the testicular fortitude to stick in a fight like that? I appreciate it. But I also understand that it's few and far in between where you're going to have a dog that has the genetic gift to do that, right? It's just rare. It's not like if 8 dogs did that, if 10 dogs did that, 8 dogs are going to fail. That's just the reality.
That's a high number. 8. If 10 dogs did it, 8 would fail. You think 8 would fail out of 10? That's saying only 2 would pass? Depends on how you train them. Depends on the lineage. I don't know. Depends on what dogs. Depends on what breed. He's just saying overall in general? That's a big number.
Right? So then we go into, okay, how much of that is training and how much of that is just the genetics of the dog?
I mean, I agree genetics and in training, but the thing, that's a big number. You're saying 10, you're saying 2 dogs out of 10 is only going to pass. Out of all the breeds. Do you agree with that?
What are we looking at, right? Are we looking at the genetics of the dog, or are we looking at good training? Meaning, did whoever trained that dog, did they train that dog up to be able to handle that kind of pressure? Or did the dog come out the womb naturally saying, I want all the smoke? 9 times out of 10, it came out the womb like that, which is why you see in the sport world, all you see is Malinois and pit bulls. Why? Because typically speaking, and that's not the
in the sport world. Like, what sport are we talking about for pit bulls? I agree on washing out a lot of dogs, but only 2 out of 10 would make it? Cause versus correlation.
say that every Malinois and pit bull is that level, but there are going to be more Malinois and pit bulls to that level than your average everyday dog.
Oh,
right?
I agree with that.
Even when you talk about the Corsos and the Pressers and the other dogs that are in the protection world,
get a feel.
It's not many dogs that have that level of just, I don't give a fuck about my life. I just want to bite.
Right.
Right. That's what it is. Their drive to bite is higher than their will to live. That is not nature. That has been bred in those dogs for hundreds of years. So they're actually mentally unstable.
Yeah. No, I agree with it. Mentally unstable, probably. And 2 out of 10 people probably are mentally unstable. understandable. The scenario for that's funny.
Dogs, which is why it requires so much work to cap those dogs to have some level of control. That's why they need e-collars and stuff like that. They can't train those dogs without those tools. They can't do it. They cannot put the control on those dogs that would need the control without those tools. They cannot do it, which is why.
You know, you think out of all the breeds, if you took all the breeds in the world, and you took 10 of all the breeds, only 2 of them could? Yeah, because I was thinking, because even yeah, maybe. Yeah, that would be a hard ask, I guess. He may be right. I mean, Tibetans, yeah, they're kind of crazy. That's what I'm saying. I mean, like if you look at it, like if you look at Caucasian, yeah, that's what I was thinking, like Caucasian shepherds, and like I was looking at like those type, like even like a Fila, like are like banned in most countries. But yeah, like we've watered down so many breeds. It's kind of hard to pick a breed.
I run so rampant in the sport world.
It'd be difficult, yeah.
They can't do it.
You'd have to find one,
right? So for me,
like not a man-made, but like a naturally made breed. Still, oh, I wouldn't say no, not even a Corso. I wouldn't say there probably isn't. If a Corso, 10 Corsos, I would doubt that a Corso would make that cut. One cow or 2 good ones, one killer. One killer? One killer? You sure? You sure? Oh, there would be the bear dog. Bear dog might make that cut. It could be 10 of any breed. I just use Corso as an example. That would be a bad example.
This is why I talk so,
but yeah,
I guess, passionate about what real protection looks like.
Yeah.
And what sport protection looks like.
Yeah.
Right? 80% of that stuff they do is a performance.
Yeah.
It does not apply to that.
Oh, it is. It's a lot of it's performance, and this is why most people that have in their mind what they think a protection dog is can't even actually handle a real protection dog.
Average everyday person at all.
It's ego training is what it is. I've been calling it for many years. It's ego training. Where would 3 or 4 people, when you bring a dog out that's showing strong like that, where 3 people are going to still stand there? That's the first problem with that scenario. The second problem is you got 3 or 4, 5 of those people standing there, and everybody's got something to defend themselves with. Why would you send your dog over there? Unless the dog just had to go, why would you? To some people, the dog is expendable. I'll send the dog. I'll go get my gun, and I'll come back, and I'm lighting everything up but the Christmas tree. You know. But at the end of the day, the ego training is what's going to kill a lot of this industry, because I can guarantee you some lawmaker in the state of Georgia where that event was held is going to get hold of that video and said, look what's going on. And they're going to come up with some kind of legislation against that thing. Now, the issue that Justin Rigney, I have the problem with this. Both of those videos look similar, almost the same thing, because the other people didn't hit the dog doesn't mean it didn't add the stress of the other dog, what the other dog was going through. Now, what does he have, him and Justin Rigney and Paul Fitt have in common? They both probably under 5'6" look like. You know, so what he doing? He, you know, what's going on with that deal, you know? And then Paul Fitt, he's sitting there with an e-collar on the dog to make him do those things he's doing. If you're such a good trainer, dude, take the e-collar off. And
that's what Aaron calls me. It's my nickname. That's funny. And I'm far from sweet.
It just kind of, I'm frustrated at this point with some of the stuff that goes on. I don't know the guy. I'm not actually looking for a problem with the guy. But dude, your training skills and everybody that use collars like that, and they come out and they say how good their dogs are, train them without it and take the e-collar off and then do those things. But though that scenario that happened with that, I can guarantee you legislation is coming behind that, where it's going to outlaw the training of bite dogs in the state of Georgia before it's over with. I can guarantee it's coming. Same thing like e-collars did in Texas, the state of Texas, and I said this a couple of weeks ago on a podcast. Some people don't know you cannot train a bite dog in the state of Texas. That's against the law. If somebody complains about it and pushes the issue, they're coming after you. They don't think it's true. Ask Dallas Canine about it. It happened to him. He had to go and get the license, the security license to train a protection dog for a dog to do bite work. They tried to say, oh, well, we're just training sport dogs that do bite work. That kind of word don't get around it no more. Those people know what's going on. And in the state of Georgia, it's coming because of ego training. That comes back, Joe, to these COVID trainers, or this new wave of trainers over the last 20, 25 years or so. I take it back. It might not be that long. Might be because some of those decoys, they're in their 20s, in their mid-20s. So in the last 15 years, 10 years maybe, it has gotten that bad where these guys do that sort of thing. One person, one decoy to challenge a dog to prove that the dog has enough, what it takes to be
in the house there. So it's totally different than the Boston once a year.
A hell of a protection dog and defend the family. Doesn't take 5 or 6 without ego training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I think hey, will you pause your phone? I think that's it, y'all. We got to hit work up. I think that's a show. Let's end it on a high note like we do our training. I'm out.
Step into the realm of canine wisdom with our podcast, NW.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that was good. Weekend decoy. Oh my God, really? That's crazy. Well, that was good. That's what I liked about that. I thought it was really good that they had all that. I got to see it, but anyway. Well, there's another 4-hour episode. So I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. But anyway, it's 9:20 here, so I'm going to get off here. I enjoyed you guys being here. enjoyed watching that, and I yeah, it's a different place. You need to buy a suit. Bang qualification complete. Hackers, they did it. Wow. You kidding? Wow. Yeah, you too. You guys, thanks for hanging out with me for so long. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad we got to watch that. I really enjoyed that one. I thought it was really good. We should have more of those. We should have a lot more with a lot more people talking. But anyway, thank you for hanging out with me and doing that, and for hanging out for so long. Really appreciate it. So anyway, I will see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Man, club just a system, but the deck set to fail. You speak for transparency, they call it a crime. Next day, you suspended for 6 months of your time. Pedigree, politics, trophies on the wall, vanity awards, while the ethics take a fall. They say it's for the free, but we know what it is. Power in the club, house silence in the beer. Pedigree, politics, ribbons and lies. Smiles at the banquet, but the truth in disguise. You can muzzle the voice, but the truth don't crit. Dog show, kingdom built on counterfeit grit.